Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Before I begin the regular City Council meeting closed session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. And if you didn't obtain a number card and wish to speak during the public comment for closed session, please go to the back of the room. At this time, I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Do we have any speakers at this time?
And Mayor, we don't have any written public comment for
Okay.
closed session.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, closed session, evaluations. City manager, city clerk. I'll start with the city clerk. I know I may appear negative most of the time, but I would like to say that the city clerk has always done a professional job and is doing a professional job in spite of all the nonsense that you make her do that is totally unnecessary. I think we could be more efficient in reducing some of the nonsense that goes on in here in the running of our city. And I would just like to commend the city clerk of being very professional. City manager, new kid on the block, come in, tough situation, still a tough situation. I'd like to thank him for the job that he has been doing, especially example would be like the wall over at Meldar and Manzanar. It really took only about 2 months to get that done, and he did it. He did it. There's still some fine tuning to take place, but for the most part, people were calling in and we're getting no responses from our representatives in those districts. Even at the Planning Commission, one newly elected official called it chatter when people were emailing in. He called it chatter. There's chatter in my email box. And those were the people that were complaining because of the garbage that was going on at Meldar and Manzanar. Well, a lot of it has ended, and it looks nice. It's cleaned up that area, and I hope there's other projects that can be done. Mr. Bradley, you are well appreciated in this area, and Mr. Before, I can't remember his name, guy from Burbank. Mark Scott, Mr. Scott, he got the ball rolling. Mr. Bradley picked up the baton, and Public Works, great job. Thank you very much. We all appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. At this time, I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. The City Council will now recess to close session under the following authorities. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titled City Manager. Number 2, Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Clerk. Number 3, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators. The property locations are at 712 Firestone Boulevard, APN 6231-001-018. 7321 Firestone Boulevard, APN 6231-001-018. And 771 Firestone Boulevard, APN 6231-004-013, and 7140 Firestone Boulevard, APN 6231-004-013. The agency negotiator, City Manager Roger Bradley, and Assistant City Manager Vania de Rojas. The negotiating party is Andrews Rancho del Norte and Andrews Rancho del Sur. Under negotiation is price and terms of payment for potential purchase of lease of property. We will now recess to closed session. The time is 5:41. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are now reconvening, and the City Attorney Fund, would you please report any closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the public. In tonight's closed session, the City Council addressed each of the 3 items on the closed session agenda. However, there was no reportable action taken from the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Before we begin the regular City Council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. And if you didn't obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during our public comment period will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. At this time, I will now like to call to order the regular City Council meeting open session. The time is 6:48. City Clerk, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. At this time, I would like to call upon Reverend David Beery from First Presbyterian Church of Downey to conduct the invocation, please. Would you please rise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to invite all those who wish to do so to please pray with me. Almighty and merciful God, we praise your name for the gift of life, for your sustenance to us, and for your blessing us with this place to live in the city of Downey. Lord, as we gather this evening, we recognize that there are many people in other places of the world who do not enjoy the privilege of self-governance and are not blessed with the freedoms that we enjoy. We pray, O Lord, that you would help them and provide for them. We pray, gracious God, that you would provide also for us in this meeting, that you would bless our words, that you would bless this council, that you would use the decisions that are made here to allow your people to exist in this place with peace and freedom. We thank you for your goodness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Reverend Beery. At this time, I would like to invite Boy Scout Troop 805 to come forward and conduct the flag salute. Good evening, Boy Scouts. It is so nice to have you here tonight. Thank you for coming. Thank you, parents, for allowing your children to come visit us tonight. And at this time, Boy Scout Pack 805 will conduct the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we please give them a round of applause? You may be seated. We really appreciate when Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts come and visit us. They are able to witness and take part of their local government. And I just want to say thank you to the organization and their parents for bringing them and allowing them to be part of civic engagement. Thank you very much. We will now move on to city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference and meeting reports. Starting to my far left, Councilmember Timothy Horn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report that I attended the 120th anniversary of the Gala Under the Stars event at the Casa de Parley Johnson. I attended the Employee Service Awards Luncheon. I attended the California Economic Forecasting Forum. I participated as a panelist in the City Government 2030 Symposium. I attended the Veterans Day Memorial celebration at Columbia Memorial Space Center and attended the Downey Chamber of Commerce networking meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also attended several events, including the Downey Kiwanis celebration of their upcoming centennial birthday. As you know, Downey has two Kiwanis clubs. We have the Morning Los Amigos. I believe my two colleagues, the mayor and Councilmember Sosa, are members of the Morning Club. I'm a member of the Afternoon Club. So if you've ever wanted to join a community service organization, we'd love to have you in Kiwanis. You can email me. Carmen, one of our newest members, former president of the chamber, was just inducted into the Downey Kiwanis, so welcome, Carmen. I have some items that I would like staff to look into, and if we could agendize for future consideration. First and foremost, I would like an update on chain links, fences, particularly in District 1. I had sent a very long list of properties that had chain link fence and driveways that needed attention. I wanted to see where we're at with that list and to see what we're doing about not getting rid of the fences, but maybe covering them with foliage or greenery so that the areas look nicer. A lot of discussion during the last election about more officers. I know we want more officers, so I would like to see if we could figure out or have some sort of survey done to see where we're at with staffing or with our police department. I know in 2008, because of the Depression, we lost 10 officers, and then in Measure S, we got an additional 10 officers. But if you really think about it, we're still 10 below. So I'd like to see where we're at and what do we need to do? Do we need more officers, and how do we get them? How much is that going to cost us? But we need to get moving on that. The population is growing. We're inviting many more people to our downtown Downey, and we're not hiring more police officers. I think we need to look at that.
Yes, I second that.
Thank you. Thank you. Lights for Furman Park. I like to see where we're at in that discussion. I know that there's some concerns with neighbors, but we need to decide what we're going to do because we should be making better use of the parks and keeping those parks open for as long as possible under safe conditions, and that will require lights. So I want to see what the council wants to do about bringing lights to Furman Park. If staff could look into bringing it, can I get a second on that?
Yes, second.
Thank you. Dave & Buster's and Chuck E. Cheese. People are emailing me. We need more locations for our teens to go to do fun things here in the city. So maybe like a Dave & Buster's. Chuck E. Cheese will be for the smaller kids, but something like that. I would like an update on the motorhomes on Woodruff. I'm still seeing them there. A bunch of them there at night. I don't know where these individuals are going to the bathroom or what's going on, but we should be enforcing and removing the motorhomes because they're adjacent to a community, and kids coming home from school shouldn't have to see all these motorhomes lined up on their way going home. I had an opportunity to meet with the Downtown Downey Business Association yesterday. Councilwoman-elect Dorothy Pemberton was there, and the parking garage came over, and the discussion about how embarrassing it is that it smells of urine and it's just unacceptable for Downey. We need to do something about that parking garage. Of course, it's going to cost more money. But if we're going to be inviting people to the downtown and inviting them to park in that parking structure, I would hate for the first thing that they remember about Downey was an elevator that reeked of urine. That's just not acceptable to me, and that needs to change. So if we can look into what we're going to do to keep that parking garage clean. And that, can I get a second on that?
Yes, and you know what, MPT, I know a few months ago, we did discuss here on the dais the parking structure, the cleaning of it, as well as painting for public safety reasons. And I know that City Manager Bradley was going to provide us an update on that, and I was going to discuss that during my comments as well.
Yeah, and before the city manager speaks on that, perhaps it's an item that we should agendize if it's going to need a financial allocation, because I heard that to give it a really good cleanup, like sterilization, just as a base point to begin, and then we keep hopefully maintaining it, it's going to take about $25,000, not including painting. But we should talk about an allocation of funds to fix that garage if necessary.
And I think the last time we discussed, it was the painting, the cleaning of it, as well as enhanced security measures. And so without further ado.
No, timing is perfect. We actually are planning to bring that back to the city council on the 28th. So you will have a report coming up at the next meeting on that.
Thank you.
Excellent.
That concludes my comments and requests for future agenda items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, MPT. Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good to see a great turnout tonight. I'll keep my comments brief. I did attend the Celico Workforce Development Board meeting. I am a board member. If you're not familiar with Celico Workforce Development, they do a lot of great work for offering resources for local employees and businesses. And they also do a lot of great work in offering training and resources for our local veterans as well. Proud to be on that board. I had my first inaugural town hall meeting that I plan on holding at least once a year. It's an opportunity to thank you for those who attended. Just put myself out there. It's an opportunity for me to meet with residents, hear their concerns, and be able to speak with them directly. And I got asked a lot of questions. No questions were off the table. And it was great to have that interaction personally with residents, because I want to be able to get that feedback and hear what's going on from others' perspective as well. So we had a successful town hall meeting, and I plan on doing that at least once a year. And that was at the Barbara J. Riley at Apollo Park in District 2. I attended the Marines Birthday Bash just this past Friday night, another successful event held by Bastards. They get a huge amount of Marines and veterans showing up, and a lot of support. So my hat's off to the whole Bastards management team for pulling that off. And it's always a lot of camaraderie, a lot of positivity, and they do a great job with that. And also the next day I did attend the Veterans Day ceremony, which is a beautiful ceremony, as always, at the Space Center here in Downey. And I'm proud to be there. My late father was a veteran of the U.S. Army, so I was thinking about him that day. And again, thank you all for being here. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. Once again, it is always nice to see a full house. Welcome. This is your local government at work. Those of you that are joining us here in person, as well as those of you joining us online. It's hard to believe the end of the year is drawing very close. And with that, I know that the holiday season, and especially Thanksgiving, which is right around the corner, is a time of reflection and gratitude. And in this spirit, I do want to mention that it is an opportune time to extend a helping hand to others. And perhaps you've noticed when you walked into City Hall this evening, there are large boxes outside, and the collection, the 37th annual toy drive sponsored by our Downey Fire Department, is in full swing. And I invite you and members of the community to please bring an unwrapped toy through December 15th. It is a wonderful time of the year, but at the same time, we have to think about families, certainly children in our community that may be needing an extra holiday cheer. For my part, I want to also report I attended a few events over the last couple of weeks. Number one, it was the Chamber of Commerce 120th Anniversary Gala. Our Chamber of Commerce serves as really the hub in connecting businesses, new businesses, to the community. And it is always nice to interact with business owners and our community at large through events such as that. I also participated, I welcomed, in conjunction with our Downey Unified School District, which held a public safety forum a week ago at the Barbara J. Riley, and we had members of our Downey Police Department present and discussed how Downey PD and the city and the fire department continue to work hand in hand collaboratively with our Downey Unified School District. While we don't have perfect agencies, the consensus is Downey continues to do a great job at making sure that we are collaborating. The school district is a completely separate and independent agency from the city, but nonetheless, we realize that 22,000 families who have children in the school district, we need to continue to communicate with each other as far as what are some of the public safety measures that police officers and the police department continue to do to ensure that our students across the various campuses in the city of Downey are safe. So thank you, Police Department, and certainly our Fire Department for continuing to be engaged with our Downey Unified School District. I know that you present fire drills. I know that we have school resource officers at our high schools, and all of these things are important to our community. We want to also acknowledge the growing number of neighborhood watch meetings or watch groups across our city. We have about 236 now. I had the opportunity to attend a neighborhood watch meeting since we last met here, and I know that we have 234, and then there's been a couple of new ones added. I do want to encourage members of our community to find out if there is a neighborhood watch group in your neighborhood so that you can join that. We have the opportunity as council members to attend these neighborhood watch meetings in conjunction with our police department and really engage with our community residents in terms of some of the issues, public safety issues they may be facing, and it allows us to stay engaged. Last, certainly not least, I attended the veteran ceremony that was held over the weekend, and I would like to find out if there are any veterans in the audience tonight. Would you please stand so we can recognize you? Thank you, veterans. We appreciate your service and your sacrifices along with your families. Thank you for joining us tonight. I have a couple of things for staff, and of course, one was I was going to mention the downtown parking lot. I'm happy to know that that item is coming back in 2 weeks with an update. Our community and our residents have been very vocal over the last several months regarding the parking structure in downtown. I also want to look at, and perhaps we can agendize this, where are we with the security contract for the downtown as well? I think there is, the current security company we have is coming to an end soon. And if one of my council colleagues can second that so we can agendize what is the company, we can bring that. Thank you. We continue to see a lot of activity in our city. Certainly speeding continues to be a concern. There are a number of traffic accidents that we have witnessed, that we have been made aware in recent weeks. Some fatal. And I just want to remind our members of the community to please adhere to our traffic, to our speeding laws. And I also would like to continue to ask for additional enforcement of speed enforcement in our major thoroughfares. That continues to be a problem. Particularly, I know the early morning rush hour commutes and the late afternoon after work commutes. People are in a hurry to get to work or to get home. But with that, we also have a lot of children that walk to school, to the various schools we have. And many times I feel that we are another deadly accident waiting to happen, and I want to make sure that we focus on that. And I know the gateway, we continue to see, and I know we had this discussion before, our commercial strip malls, they have their own management companies, and they are responsible for ensuring that the trash receptacles are emptied, to make sure that their areas are pressure washed. This is something that is on them. But what I would like to ask staff is to please follow up with the Downey Gateway. There's been significant concerns regarding areas there that are unsightly and that are needing pressure washing. And again, as we get into the holiday season, I know many of our strip malls will see increased foot traffic. And with that, we need to make sure that they keep those areas with extra attention to cleanliness. That will complete my report and my asks. One last thing, I did attend the Celaco Regional Job Fair since we last saw each other, and I'm happy to report there were 657 job seekers, and at this regional job fair, we had 116 employers, and that was, I do want to extend my gratitude to Parks and Recreation. Jason and your team, you really have done a great job at keeping up with all of the events that we've had back to back over the last several months. So thank you for a job well done. That concludes my comments tonight. Thank you. We have one presentation this evening, and that is for Downey Police Department. Oh, yes, thank you, City Manager. City Manager Bradley, your comments, please.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I don't have a lot tonight. I do have a number of items that we have requests for updates on. We'll make sure we take care of those and bring them back. The one item I wanted to mention, I want to thank staff for putting together a workshop for our live entertainment venues that we have in the city. Those that serve alcohol. We had a group with ABC, Police Department, and our code enforcement team meet with them today and provide an update on best practices for safety, how to manage and comply with city code and other issues. And we had a good turnout today. I think we had 15 businesses at the English session, and then 14 at the English session, and another 8 attended the Spanish session. So thank you to the staff for putting that together. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and my apologies for skipping you. We have one presentation tonight, the Downey Police Department Award of Merit to Corporal Alberto Aguilar. And I'm going to go down there, and I will ask our Chief of Police, Leslie Murray, to join me. Thank you. It is always a pleasure to recognize members of our police department. We know they do such an incredible job every day keeping our community safe. In light of the times we are living, I just want to say thank you to our Downey Police Department. And I would like to have our chief tell us a little bit more about Corporal Aguilar.
Thank you, Mayor. So first off, it's an honor to be able to be here today to present this award. Thank you to the mayor and city council for allowing us this time to recognize one of our employees. It's not often that we get to sing the praises of our folks, and thank you to all the PD staff for here also in support of Corporal Aguilar. With that, for full embarrassment, can I get Corporal Aguilar to come stand next to me while we talk about him? And I'm sorry, I'd also like to recognize Albert. Alberto has his family here today, his wife and 2 children, his daughter and son are here in the audience, so please give them a hand as well. So the award of merit at the police department is something that's not given out lightly. We very rarely get these opportunities, and in this case, it's my honor to talk a little bit about why Alberto is getting this award tonight. So on Friday, September 29th of this year at about noon, Corporal Alberto Aguilar was off duty attending his daughter's softball game at Cerritos College. As he's watching the game, a woman suddenly collapsed to the ground. The woman's lips began to turn blue and she'd stopped breathing. Corporal Aguilar immediately began to use his first aid training and check the woman's pulse, while others called for medical assistance. When Corporal Aguilar detected no pulse, he immediately began chest compressions. After approximately 1 minute of chest compressions, the woman began breathing on her own. Corporal Aguilar continued to monitor the woman until Cerritos College Police Department and the Los Angeles County Fire Department arrived on scene. The woman was transported to a local hospital and survived her medical issues. Captain Brian Hill of the Cerritos College Police Department contacted our police department to let us know of the incident, commending Corporal Aguilar and sharing that his actions were the reason the woman survived. Captain Hill further stated that the officers on scene were very impressed with Detective Aguilar's professionalism and quick action. Captain Hill wanted to be here tonight, but he actually got called to duty, but he was very complimentary of Detective Aguilar. We didn't know about the incident until he called. He's very humble and didn't share. But we often take the profession and all the training that goes into it for granted. But it's moments like this that truly showcase the importance of first responders. Whether on or off duty, it's the commitment to service and the true care and concern for others that drive that call to action. So thank you, Alberto, for your kindness, for your kind heart, and for your committed public service. We're really grateful to have you as one of the members of our police department. These are really proud moments for us, and I'm grateful to have been able to work by your side all these years. So with that being said, it's my pleasure to present you with the Award of Merit. This award is presented to Corporal Aguilar for going above and beyond in saving the life of another. So with that, I'd like to present you with this award. It's a really nice medal.
In addition, yes, don't go anywhere, Alberto. In addition, I would like to present this Award of Merit to Corporal Alberto Aguilar on behalf of the citizens of Downey in recognition of your performance on September 29th. In a stressful situation while off duty in the city of Cerritos, you went above and beyond during a medical emergency by providing CPR, which helped save the life of another person. Thank you.
I don't even know what to say. This is great. Wasn't expecting it. I mean, I was just watching a softball game, and someone just happened to collapse. And like my chief said, you know, my training, my experience, you know, I didn't even hesitate but to take action. everyone here in the police department. We've seen a lot of people die, and that's the worst thing that can happen. I think about that day, and there was a girl. She was there to watch her daughter, and to think that this softball player could have gone home without a mom. I would have done that for anyone. I'm sure my coworkers would have also done the same. They won't hesitate to save lives. And thank you guys for the applauses, and that's just not for me, but as well for my coworkers. They do a great job at saving lives. Chief, appreciate the award. Mayor, thank you. Everyone else, council members, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Don't go yet. This is a challenge point. Thank you for going above and beyond. Yes, I was about to call you. We also have a representative from Assemblymember Pacheco's office who would like to also recognize our corporal.
Hi, we would also love to recognize you. I come with a certificate of recognition from the Assemblywoman, and it reads, on behalf of the 64th Assembly District, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the oath you've taken to protect and serve. Congratulations to your extraordinary actions are a testament to the inimitable human spirit and are a powerful reminder of the capacity of your selflessness and courage. Your leadership and passion for the work are commendable. I wish you many years of continued success, Assemblywoman Blanca Pacheco.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we take a photo? Moving on items on the agenda, we have a public hearing, and that is the adoption of resolution approving and adopting the City of Downey Water System 2022 Public Health Goals Report. That the City Council conduct a public hearing concerning the City of Downey Water System 2022 Public Health Goals Report, and adopt resolution number 23-8201, A resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey approving and adopting the City of Downey Water System 2022 Public Health Goals Report. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:21. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the publication. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report?
Yes, yes, Mayor. We have Dan Mueller, Deputy Director of Public Works over our Utilities Division. Will provide the report.
Mayor, members of City Council, the item before you tonight is the city's 2022 Public Health Goal Water System Report. Every 3 years, California Health and Safety Code requires water systems such as the City of Downey that serve greater than 10,000 service connections to prepare a Public Health Goals Report. The Public Health Goals Report is essentially made available to customers to let them know about detections that are below the actual water quality standards but above the public health goals that have been established for the constituents of concern. And to understand the context of the report, it's important to understand the difference between public health goals and the actual water quality standards, which are referred to as maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. MCLs are actually established by the US EPA and the State Water Board Division of Drinking Water, and they are established for the sole purpose of determining whether a public water system is in compliance with water quality standards, and the City of Downey is in compliance with all of those standards. MCLs are looked at primarily from a public health perspective, but they do also, when establishing these MCLs, the US EPA and the State Division of Drinking Water does look at other elements associated with the capabilities of laboratories to be able to detect the constituents down to these levels that they set, as well as the ability to be able to treat these constituents. And so the difference for public health goals is that public health goals are established at the California EPA level. It's the Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment. And those public health goals are goals, non-enforceable goals, not necessarily requirements like the MCLs. They're set specifically low, in some cases as low as 0, with the sole purpose of health considerations. They do not look at other elements that MCLs look at, which are operating costs, treatment costs, as well as laboratory ability to be able to detect the constituents at those low levels. Nevertheless, the 2022 report has been prepared, and it does include information on all constituents that have been detected in the city's water system above the public health goal levels, but below the MCL. It does include annualized costs to treat those constituents down to public health goal standards, and it does include information related to the health concerns associated with those constituents. This report is not to be confused with the annual water quality reports, which are prepared annually and made available to all customers on our city website, as well as the other locations. Those are still prepared every year. This is a report specific to public health goals and not necessarily MCLs. And so this report is prepared in accordance with the health and safety code requirements, and is before the City Council tonight. Open for public hearing and comments, but also you have a resolution before you, which is considered to approve and adopt the public health goal report for the City of Downey for 2022. And it does include water quality data from calendar years 2019 through 2021. I'm available to answer any questions if anybody has any questions on it.
Council colleagues, anybody has questions for Matt regarding the 2022 water report? My only comment on this is I want to make sure that the public health goals report is made accessible for our residents on our website, so that you can, and it's easy to locate, so that our residents have an opportunity to review and read in their own time. We want to make sure that any information that we have regarding the City of Downey water system, and again, the Public Health Goals report is easily accessible, and that our residents are fully aware of what is presented before us.
Yes, Mayor, it is accessible there on the web.
Thank you. I don't have any comments. Thank you for the report. At this time, I will now open this item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record regarding this public hearing?
We did not, Mayor. And we do have 3 speakers.
Okay. Speaker number 1 may come up. Just as a reminder, public comment is for this public hearing item only. There will be another opportunity later in the agenda for non-agenda public comment. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I probably won't need 3 minutes. Big question, though. What are the goals? We're supposed to be presented this information tonight at a public hearing. Not that we can go look for it ourselves. We don't even know what you're voting on here. What are the goals? To keep the public healthy? Are you guaranteeing that our water is safe to drink and safe to bathe in? According to this report, they're not the MCLs, but are you guaranteeing that? Can you look everybody in the face and say our water is safe to drink and that we'll be healthy doing it? I don't think you can. This is a big issue. It's an important issue. And you're not giving us any information tonight. And that's a 2022 report, a health goals report. I don't see any goals listed to us here at all. And it should have been presented to us tonight at a public hearing, but it isn't. And you need to look everybody in the face and say you can guarantee that our water is not contaminated to be consumed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Second speaker with a purple number card.
So in terms of the water and the water system, so we've been talking about this for several years. You've oftentimes ignored pretty much everything we say, even though you then end up admitting some of what we say to be true. So in the case of the water has been polluted in the city of Downey for several decades because of the industry that used to be here. The aerospace industry, as well as the movie lot that was here, and there just wasn't enough care for the environment, especially for these forever chemicals which are in the water, called the PFOS and the PFOAs. And these chemicals, in addition to all of the organic substances, are a problem in Downey's water supply. They've been a problem. When we started bringing it to your attention, you tried to sue us, you tried to censor us, and you started claiming that, oh, if the water was so unhealthy, why is it that Coca-Cola is here? And then, we talked about the fact that, Coca-Cola, just like Nestle, we've all heard about Nestle and what, they essentially rob a bunch of communities of their water. That's what's going on here. And what's really sad is that it's like polluted water, So yes, the Coca-Cola company is saying that, oh, they're refreshing the West. In reality, they're making us all more unhealthy because the water itself is contaminated, was contaminated by the Rockwell industry, by DuPont, etc. and now they're selling it to us. So they take the water that's contaminated, then they further contaminate it really with a poison that unfortunately we're all a little bit too used to consuming, sugar. Sugar is a poison. It's not good for the human body. And then we got all these health issues. And then over here, you keep saying that, you know, you said for a long time, you try to sue us, that there's nothing wrong in the water. But then you sent out quietly a little mailer that only some constituents got, where you admitted that indeed the water was problematic. You even suggested that, you know, that people should check with their doctors before consuming the water. You said that in a mailer. You sent it out, not to everyone, so you didn't alert people. That was all what was happening, even though you said everything was all fine with the water. It was not fine with the water. And then, of course, there's the whole political corruption going on with the water related to the Central Basin. So we want actual transparency and justice and affordability for water.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 on the public hearing.
I'd like to start off by saying my name is Juan Martinez. I am the representative delegate of the District 64, which represents Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Downey, Norwalk, South Whittier, and La Mirada. First, I want to start off by saying that for years, I've been coming to this city council. For about 3 or 4 years, I've been telling the city that the water had contaminants, PFOA, PFOS, which means that some of you have been showering, drinking, and using water that has forever chemicals that cause cancer. When we first started telling this city council about this contamination, Mayor Formetta was one of the people to spearhead the task of shutting down what was being said and refusing it. She went as far, not only as far as to deny it in city council, but she even put out statements in the Downey Patriot saying that the water was safe. Let me tell you right now, there is nothing safe about forever chemicals in your water. Nothing safe at all. She went as far as using the city to sue people like Political Life, who reported on the contamination, and even a representative, one of your representatives who sits on the water board, Downey sued her, Leticia Vasquez, for speaking up about the water contamination. Eventually, they had to meet state requirements, which meant that they had to send out mailers to everyone who owned property here in Downey and tell them, hey, there's some issues with your water, we have contaminants. They only did that because it was a state requirement. And I assure you, only landlords got that. So if you're a tenant, you're pretty much screwed. You continue to consume water without knowing the bad effects. So here's the update, because things have changed since 3 years ago. When we first started coming here, there was 5 contaminated wells. Now it's up to 19. This council has refused to submit the paperwork that they need to receive money to fix the contaminated wells. So they can submit money right now and demand that we receive $90 million, which is how much it's gonna take, $90 million to fix 19 wells that are contaminated. Also, Coca-Cola is in our backyard. They're the ones using some of our water. If you haven't looked it up, but if you get a chance, Coca-Cola is being sued because some of their orange juice was found to have high levels of PFOA and PFOS. So please look that up. Finally, in regards to the Central Basin, this is a personal question for Mario Trujillo. Mario Trujillo, are you the consultant that's gonna be working with members of the Central Basin? I am my public comment, I am a water advocate, and I am here for the city of Downey.
Thank you for that. Are there any more speakers regarding this public hearing? Seeing none, I will move to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. So ordered by the mayor. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will entertain a motion in a second to adopt the resolution number 238201, approving and adopting the City of Downey Water System 2022 Public Health Goals Report.
So moved.
Second, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. And once again, if you didn't receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and a number card will be issued. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located at the back of the room, if you would like to obtain a copy. Also, members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. This city council and the city acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within Downey's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the city's council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of this city council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbances. We expect that everyone who participates in tonight's meeting, from the members of the council on the dais to staff to the members of the public in attendance, will do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts this meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the city council, any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking, and any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. I would like to remind members of the audience that attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items are also included. I remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we received one written public comment regarding the steps for the installation of a roundabout and a welcome to Northeast Downey sign. And then we also received 29 written comments in support of continued funding of State Gallery from the city's Art and Public Places Fund. Copies of the public comments are in the back of the room for members of the public and have also been distributed to the council.
Thank you, Alicia.
And we have a total of 34 speakers at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. As you know, we do have a time limit for public comment. I will make an exception and extend the public comment period to 60 minutes, at which point, however many number of individuals are able to comment, we will have the comment period to 2 minutes. And I realize there are a number of people here to comment on the State Gallery issue. I do want to let you know that that is not an issue that is on the agenda for tonight, and therefore there's not going to be any resolution and or discussion on the matter because it's not on the agenda for tonight. However, we will anticipate seeing this item on a future agenda. But more to come on that. As I said, we will be extending our public comment time to give everybody an opportunity to speak. And we're going from 30 minutes to 60 minutes, and we'll give it 2 minutes per person. If you are not able to speak during this time allotted, we will be more than happy to have you back. If your comment is related to the State Gallery situation, there will be an opportunity at a later time when the item is part of our agenda. I also remind speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1 may come forward.
Fanny was standing near the main entrance of the Surabaya Central Pentecostal Church in Indonesia when a minivan loaded with 5 bombs rammed the church gate, erupting into a ball of fire. It was a deadly act of terror by Islamic extremists against Christians who had gathered to worship that day. As thick black smoke filled the air, Fanny became aware that her flesh was burning, but she was desperate to find her 8-year-old daughter, Clarissa. When she found her in an evacuation area, she saw that her daughter's mouth was bleeding from shrapnel wounds. In addition, Clarissa had suffered burns to her forehead, stomach, and hands. Fanny's injuries, however, were far more severe. She had suffered burns on 85% of her body, and she also suffered multiple shrapnel wounds. To learn more about attacks against Christians around the world and how you can help, visit persecution.com. Jesus said, "Therefore, whoever confesses me before men, him I will also confess before my Father who is in heaven. But whoever denies me before men, him I will also deny before my Father who is in heaven." Matthew chapter 10, verses 32 and 33.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 may come up, please.
Good evening, Mayor Frometa, council members, and staff. My name is Gabriel Enamorado. I am the executive director and co-founder of Stay Gallery. I was raised in Downey and attended Price, Griffiths, and Warren. I am an artist, entrepreneur, and lifelong advocate for the arts in Downey. I am joined by my partner, board, and members of our community to request the council support for Stay Gallery's continued funding from the city's Art and Public Places Fund. Our nonprofit organization has provided arts access in the city for over a decade. In 2012, the city approached us to establish a public art space as part of the downtown revitalization plan. The city identified our building on Downey Avenue, and with the city's support, we founded Stay Gallery, a community art gallery and creative space. Since then, Stay and the city have had ongoing operating agreements that provide compensation for our services in the form of lease payments from the city's Art and Public Places Fund. These services include maintaining and operating a public art facility and providing accessible art space programs for residents. Money in the Art and Public Places Fund is generated from a 1% fee on commercial development, not from residents' tax dollars. These funds can only be used for 2 things: the installation of public art in the city and for the operation of public art venues within the downtown. This funding source is crucial for our continued presence in downtown Downey, providing a public art facility for residents while helping to secure additional funding from grant makers who love to see local government and nonprofits partner for the community's benefit. Our last operating agreement with the city lapsed in May of this year without the opportunity for a renewal to be placed on the agenda for a public vote. It has left our organization with an unexpected gap in our annual budget, threatening Stay Gallery with permanent closure by January. As a dedicated service organization with a decades-long relationship with the city, we respectfully request that the City Council and staff meet with our team to review our operating agreement and that the City Council place our operating agreement on the agenda to be publicly voted on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor Frometa, council members, and staff. My name is Juliana Canty, and I serve as Programs Director for Stay Gallery. I joined Stay in 2019 to reimagine the organization's mission, programs, and operations alongside my partner, Gabriel. I've witnessed firsthand the immense impact Stay has made on local artists, students, and families, many of which are here tonight to share their stories with you. Stay Gallery is a community gathering place and a safe haven that provides artistic, cultural, and educational experiences to Downey and Southeast LA residents. I've always been amazed and inspired by the story of Stay Gallery's founding. Community members across all sectors in Downey, including artists, students, local businesses, nonprofits, and the city itself, came together in a collective effort to donate time, labor, and resources to build the space into what it is today. Warren High students installed the gallery's facade, and local businesses volunteered to install the concrete floors, HVAC system, electrical, and plumbing. Stay Gallery is a gem that carries a unique story for the Downey community and serves as a source of pride, culture, and belonging. I'd also like to address the CBO grant program established by City Council this year. This grant program intends to award local nonprofits for programs, events, and services, not for operating or facility expenses. We did submit an application for program costs related to affordable art classes and workshops in the spring of 2024. However, this grant program does not serve as a substitute for our organization's operating agreement with the city. Our operating agreement provides compensation in the form of lease payments from the Art in Public Places Fund for our services of maintaining and operating a public art facility in the downtown. Our organization is uniquely positioned to qualify for these funds based on the specifications outlined in the Art in Public Places Ordinance. We've collected over 1,100 signatures in favor of Stay Gallery's continued funding on our petition and for our operating agreement to be placed on the agenda for a public vote. We're honored and grateful to have our community with us today to share their voices with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4 may come up.
Mayor Frometa and City Council members. My name is Cindita Macias. I'm an arts educator, and a proud tia. I would like to express my support for the continued funding of Stay Gallery from the City of Downey's Art in Public Places Fund. The day I stepped foot at Stay Gallery in 2014, I was on assignment for the Downey Legend, covering the opening of Joseph's Bar and Grill. When I got back into the newsroom, I was eager for us to cover the Stay Gallery in future stories. Later that year, I exhibited my photography for the first time as a high schooler and had the opportunity to showcase with all my fellow classmates. Throughout the years, I returned to volunteer for several happenings in the space and was offered space to shoot Winter Formal, which gave me real-life exposure to doing photography professionally. Then in 2017, they allowed me to use the space to host a Noche de Loteria where I invited professors, friends, and all my tias too. I was able to raise funds for me to transfer, and to this day, I'm grateful for their tangible support. Today, I get to teach arts enrichment after school to dozens of TK to 5th graders in 3 different schools in Downey, and have been able to see just why the arts are essential in Downey, especially to these children. These children are brilliant. I believe it is our responsibility as adults to ensure we do everything we can to provide access and offer support to aspiring artists in their journey through the arts, just as Stay Gallery has for me over the last 10 years. Again, through exhibiting, consignment, workshops, and more. Please consider putting this on the agenda for a future City Council meeting. And to the members of the council, we must support arts, access for Downey artists, youth, teen, their families, and that can be done by voting in favor of Stay Gallery's continued funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 5 may come up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is George Manzanilla, and I've been privileged to serve on the Stay Arts Board since 2018. Stay Gallery has been a source of civic pride for myself and members of this community for over 11 years now. in the same way that we're proud of our Space Center, Performing Arts Theater, Rose Float, Historical Society, Symphony, Police, and Fire Departments, and all the other diverse elements of this community. The city was integral in creating Stay Gallery over 10 years ago because they saw the value and the need to create a diverse economic and social atmosphere in the downtown. Without the city, this wouldn't have happened. So we have our previous city council, staff, and board members to thank for getting us here. Now it's part of the fabric of this community as evidenced by the people who are sharing their experiences about it. We hope that it can continue to serve and be part of our city for a long time. Why is it important to have a community space specifically for the arts? Well, it lowers the barriers to entry for a lot of folks that are trying to start out and may not have the resources to be shown in other settings, and those that are looking to be part of a local arts community. Stay has been an incubator for a lot of artists. It's been an incubator for a lot of businesses. Now it's starting to be a place for arts instruction. To have a place, a physical location for the arts allows it to exist and flourish. In many ways, it's no different than having spaces for soccer, baseball, tennis, and other sports. For over 50 years, this city had a location for the arts at the Downey Museum of Art building in Furman Park, before a previous city council decided to not continue to support it. Now we must not let Stay Gallery suffer the same fate. What Stay is asking for is to continue to have a place to operate with the support of the city. What is at stake here is a physical presence in downtown Downey. Without it, Stay Arts will continue to exist and function and offer programming and instruction at schools. However, it may not be.
Thank you for that, George. Speaker number 6 may come up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for this moment. I'm so proud of this girl because this community that I've grown up with, she's born and raised here, and I see an individual. It's not just some structured, core-driven stuff that goes to everyone. The Stay Gallery is a phenomenal place because of its diversity. It's constantly evolving, rotating exhibits to get people, as much as we focus on Downey is great, the community stretches north to LA, down to Long Beach, out to Anaheim. We are that kind of perfect, unique center area here in Downey where people, pass right by it either because they have to get somewhere else or it's just equidistant to everything. And I just really love how much the gallery basically is open to not just the experts here, but those that are novice, that are trying to grow and find themselves in their skills to see what people just right down the street in their regular area codes and things like that. I wrote a message earlier to council member Sosa in our area, but I just want to read my last little paragraph here. I said, our family has been regular attendees of the Stay Gallery since its opening. They regularly put on activities for all ages and help inspire novice, skilled people to observe firsthand how making things with their own hands. They give those a passion for the arts a place that puts them all in one ideal location for display. My daughter has been inspired to make her own path to the studio by seeing all varieties of mediums, color palettes, and sizes. I encourage you all to take an opportunity to see the studio with your own eyes and current annual exhibit of local artists across the area. So, and I want to say thank you to Gabriel and Juliana, because I keep screwing up so bad and I always say things shorthand. They are phenomenal, and and I please request that this item be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 7 may come up. Hello.
Council members. My name is Julia, and I am one of the arts enrichment teachers with Stay Gallery. I would like to request that this item be put on the agenda and that the city funds the gallery. As an arts enrichment teacher working in Downey Public Schools, I've seen firsthand how important the Stay Gallery is to the students of Downey. Each time I enter my classroom, students are ecstatic to learn what they will be creating that day. Without State Gallery, the schools I work at, Carpenter Elementary and Lewis Elementary, would have no art program. Some of my students arrive at school at 6 a.m. for the morning program, and they do not get picked up until 6 p.m. A 12-hour day is long for any of us, but for a child, it's even longer, especially when they are forced to sit down, listen, and behave. Having an art class gives them a creative outlet to be able to process their emotions, learn how to share, and how to be a community together. Without the support of State Gallery, these programs would not be possible. At the end of the last school year, State Gallery put together a student exhibition. I don't know if any of you were lucky enough to see it, but as a teacher, I was able to be there during the reception, and seeing the families, the community members, and the students be so excited to see their work on the walls was incredible. I am also a small business owner, and I'm a vendor. I recently vended at Downey Pride, and I also vended at the State Gallery opening reception for Group Show 5. I can say, comparing the two, during the 8 hours that I was at Downey Pride, I did not make as much, nor did I see as much foot traffic that I saw just at the 3 hours during the State reception. I wish you all would have been there to see it, because it was an incredible, incredible community event. As a recent LA transplant, Downey was just a place that I drove through, but now it is a place that I spend most of my weekend. I would like to ask you, Mayor Fermetta, if you are going to put this on the agenda, when is that going to happen? When will you put this on the agenda and provide funding for State Gallery for such an important community space? You talk about wanting a space for teens and doing a Dave & Buster's or a Chuck E. Cheese, but what they need to be inspired, and that's what State Gallery...
Thank you for that. Speaker number 8 may come up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Napoli, and I'm a photography teacher at Downey High School, where I've worked now for 20 years. We're lucky enough to have 2 photography teachers and full classes, so every year we've been able to take 360 students on field trips to State Gallery, especially when they have photography exhibits. And what I think is really exciting about that is that State Gallery does host artists that are young and diverse, and it's for a lot of my students, it's the first time they've been into a gallery. Without that, they might not step foot into another gallery. So it's this beautiful bridge between, the youth and what can be their college and career path. So I, like everyone else, I feel emotional about this issue because I have seen it affect so many of our youth and our adults in positive ways. I mean, looking around to see who showed up tonight, I see current students and former students who are now employees of the gallery and continue to bring this information and this resource to the youth of Downey. I fear that if this funding isn't continued or renewed, that this is a resource that will vanish from the city and will not be replaced. And I believe that it is irreplaceable. The people that run it now have a true passion for it and have a heart for it. And again, I've just seen so many positive things through our city. In addition to going on field trips, they've also hosted photo exhibits for our students. So we've had an annual, pre-pandemic, we had annual photo exhibits where our students are able to submit their work, and they get our feedback all year long, but it's the first time now that they submit their work and they have other adults giving them critique and seeing their work on the walls of the gallery. And I can see the pride in their faces. And again, I request that this item be placed on the agenda for continued funding.
Thank you. Speaker number 9 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor Fermetta and members of the council. My name is Samantha Meza. I am a lifelong resident of Downey. I attended Gallatin Elementary School, Griffiths Middle School, and Warren High School. And I'm currently now a high school art teacher. Last year, while earning my teaching credential, I was fortunate enough to work as an after-school art teacher with State Gallery in partnership with the Downey Foundation for Educational Opportunities. Through the classes I taught and the interactions I had with my students and their families, I was able to see firsthand the positive impact the arts had on our community, specifically for our youth. Students would run to the classroom after school, excited to have a space to create and feel confident in their abilities. Their parents would ask with enthusiasm, where and how can my student take more art classes? And I always regretted to inform them of the limitations placed on the gallery due to their lack of funding. The public's interest in the arts, and more specifically parents having opportunities to expose their children to the arts, is undeniable. I was also fortunate enough to teach Family Paint Day experiences for the families in our city through STAY. The gallery provided these classes to families at a low cost to maintain the accessibility of the arts. When I would teach these classes, the families would have an opportunity to connect with their loved ones and see smiles on their children's faces as they created lasting memories through engaging with art. After each Family Paint Day, they would always say, "See you at the next one," and we would. We would see the same families bring more families and return to the gallery. These families expressed deep gratitude for what STAY had to offer. They certainly didn't take STAY Gallery for granted, and neither should the city of Downey. To be able to experience the joy of our community members through the arts is something that our city is only experiencing through the funding of public spaces such as STAY Gallery. I urge you to please continue to enrich our city with art experiences that are equitable to all, by continuing to fund STAY Gallery through the Public Spaces Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10 may come up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm fortunate to be a high school music teacher by profession. And I just wanted to share that today, one of my music students asked me, was I coming to wrestling practice, because I also coach wrestling. And I told him, no, I actually have to go to a city council meeting to talk about getting them to keep funding an art gallery in Downey. And he's like, oh, Stay Art Gallery? And I'm like, how do you know about Stay Art Gallery? And so he started telling me about his experience, how he just went in there, he didn't know what it was, he didn't know what was going on, and he spoke with Juliana, and she was explaining the art, and it really enriched his experience. So I just thought that was really cool. And I'm here today to just strongly urge the city of Downey to reconsider cutting funding to State Art Gallery. STAY provides important opportunities for aspiring art teachers to share their love and passion with future artists, gives opportunities and a voice to local artists to have their art exhibited who may otherwise never had their art featured in a professional gallery. And most importantly, it provides meaningful and positive opportunities for all people in the community to engage with and express themselves through art. Everyone loves to claim how important the arts are until it comes to actually supporting the arts. Those of us who have the power and privilege of determining whether or not these opportunities should be available to the community are the ones who demonstrate how much we as a society actually value arts and arts education. There is no positive outcome when you take opportunities to learn and participate in fine arts away from the community, and unfortunately, the fact remains that the people who are negatively impacted the most are the ones who desperately need it the most. I pray that you make the right decision and continue to fund State Art Gallery. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 11 may come up.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Sofia Carrillo. I am an artist and I am one of Stay Gallery's art teachers working in partnership with DFEO. I would like to express my support for the continued funding of Stay Gallery from the City of Downey's Art and Public Places Fund. I believe that Stay Gallery is a cornerstone of our community as one of our local organizations doing work to foster the arts, especially among our youth. I can speak to this through my work as an art teacher in the after-school program at both Maud Price and Gallatin Elementary School. My students love participating in art, and I love being able to provide a space for students to explore and express themselves artistically. This position was only made possible through Stay Gallery's continued youth outreach programs and work making the arts accessible in our city. My history with Stay Gallery goes further than my current employment with them. When I was a student, I knew I wanted to pursue the arts as a professional career in some capacity. However, when I took this to my counselor at Downey High School, she couldn't give me any further information on what to do. Where school failed me, Stay Gallery remained an open space to foster the artist in me. I started coming in on nights where they would open the gallery for mural painting, and I got the opportunity to meet other artists and learn about their experiences and paths in life pursuing the arts. By simply opening its doors, Stay Gallery helped me remain steadfast in my pursuit of my dreams of becoming a professional artist. Earlier, Ms. Napoli mentioned her previous students. I was one of those students. I got to come to State Gallery as a high schooler, and here I am now working for them. It has been a foundational part of my life. I respectfully request the Downey City Council to include State Gallery's continued funding from the Arts and Public Places Fund on the agenda of a future City Council meeting to be publicly voted on. Furthermore, I urge council members to support arts access for Downey artists, youth, and families by voting in favor of State Gallery's continued funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 12 may come up. Hello.
Hi. Hi, Mayor Fermetta and
Good
everyone on
evening.
the council. My name is Paul. I'm a lifelong Downey resident, and I'm here to voice my support for the State Gallery. And let's see. I come from a really conservative family, and I identify as queer, and there's a lot of, how do I say this? You often grow up thinking that there's something wrong with you when you come from a conservative background like that. And even now as an adult, State Gallery, an art space where you come and you know that you're celebrated for who you are, and that the gifts that you have as an artist, as a photographer, as a filmmaker, to see those things celebrated, it's a really life-giving thing. And yeah, it makes my heart sore that Downey's already doing the work to make it a safer space for queer youth, like through Downey Pride and through something like this, the State Gallery. And yeah, I really wanted to just share from my perspective that spaces like this are really life-giving. And there's the spaces that I had growing up, like church or other spaces, are often not really welcoming or really safe for queer youth. So I really urge the council to consider supporting.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 13 may come up. Hello.
Hello. Lee Squire, Vietnam veteran, son, nephew, World War II, nephew, Korean War. Mayor, City Council, I hereby exercise my First Amendment freedoms. Veterans Day, First Amendment freedoms, attacks and hatred against Jews in America. Veterans Day was bittersweet. We honored veterans for service to country, and yet these freedoms it represents, and now we have a police car parked in front of the Jewish temple in Downey. What is that saying for the country and for the sacrifices of my parents' generation? I am the generation of what you call baby boomers. We are the children of World War II and of the Holocaust. We grew up during the Civil Rights Movement and the Vietnam War. To attack even one Jewish temple in America is to dishonor those of World War II and to dishonor the First Amendment freedoms of this nation. Please stop hatred against the Jews in America and violations of First Amendment freedoms of this country. God bless the nation of Israel. God bless America. God bless the U.S. military and its veterans, and God bless their families. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Please no shouting from your seats. I don't want to have to take a break. I will now proceed with speaker number 14.
Mayor, 14 has left the meeting.
Okay. Speaker number 15.
Art has the power to change lives. A space dedicated to the arts has the ability to nurture it and plant its roots. In a time when we are quick to rebuttal one another and clash against our differences, places like Stay Gallery are important by allowing people to reflect, share their thoughts and stories in an open and respectful way, and encourage us to open our hearts and our minds. Not only does Stay benefit Downey, but everyone who is connected to it, including students, family, friends, and loved ones. It brings people to the city to connect and grow and spread those seeds of hope wherever they may go. Without Stay, not only do you lose a group of people who bring value, business, and visibility to the city of Downey, you also lose the influence that you leave on history and its people. Thank you. My name is Jonathan. I'm almost done. I'm actually from Southgate, basically neighbors. I've been doing art since I was a kid. A lot of people here have expressed stories that resonate with me, as I'm sure it resonates with other people. I came across Stay just by, I don't even know how, by accident, but getting to know Gabe, Juliana, the different people that I've met throughout the different events that they've had that I've been a part of. It just shows the love I feel that can blossom from arts and places that encourage that openness. And I could go on and on and on, but basically, I've seen places, art places come and go, whether it's in my own city of Southgate or other places in LA, and I've always gone out searching like, where else can I go? Where else can I find support? It's not even for me, for myself, but seeing a place like this and knowing the hard work that goes behind it, it would be such a loss to lose that, really. And yeah, here's to growing peace.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 16 may come up.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is
evening.
Eileen, and I'm an after-school art teacher for elementary schools in Downey, hired by Stay Gallery. I would like to express my support for continued funding for Stay Gallery for the City of Downey's Art and in Public Places Fund. I just want to express how I've seen my students, how excited they are when they get to art class, even if it's after school. And I've seen students cry or just get sad when they get picked up early and they don't get to do the arts, even when it's after school. And they'll even ask me, can I have more time? And I'm like, I can't give you more time, like your parents are outside. And even like I've worked with also middle schoolers, and I've had students come to me and ask me that they purposely ask their parents to pick them up later so that they could do an art project with me. And that just shows like how important with the youth art is. And Stay Gallery provides that and so much more within their gallery, on weekends, on the weekdays. And right, like the arts is just is like a huge impact to the communities, youth. And I just want to know like where I hear that you guys are trying to fund other places in Downey to make the community better, but are you guys funding the arts? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 17 may come up.
Hello, everyone. My
Hello.
name is Jasmine Caron, and I have been a Downey resident for about 25 years, graduating from Warren High in 2017. I have been an active member of this community by being involved in extracurriculars at school, such as Link Crew and all of the theater productions, volunteering for numerous city events, participating in the Pride marches, and of course, being a part of Stay Gallery's legacy. Let me begin by saying that Stay Gallery has made one of the biggest, most important impacts on my life. I remember when Stay first opened, I was in middle school. I went to West Middle School, now Stauffer. And the idea of having an art gallery so close to me was almost a dream come true, because at that time, I was really starting to get into the art scene. Stay's local group show 3 was the first time I ever had one of my artworks in an actual gallery. And ever since then, my relationship with Stay grew immensely. In 2020, because of the pandemic and all of the free time I had painted dozens of canvases. And so fast forward to June of 2022, I reached out to Julie and Gabe, and they were more than happy to host my first ever solo art exhibition, The Experimental Phase. Thank you, guys. In addition, I have helped Julie and Gabe work some of their amazing events where I was able to network and connect with other outstanding artists, many who are here. I also have to mention that for a few months this past year, Stay was home to my brother's incredible and hilarious stand-up comedy show, Cheaper Than Therapy, which brought out a ton of people. So many memories have been made at Stay, and I believe wholeheartedly that Stay will continue to have a huge impact on people like me, emerging, self-taught local artists just looking for a place to showcase their work. Stay also partners with local schools to bring art education to young children, which is such an amazing privilege. Not many schools offer this kind of service. If you take away Stay's funding, you are taking away the opportunity for these children to learn all about the great aspects of art, from its history to creation to putting their work on gallery walls. This is their way of discovering and unleashing this artistic side of them that they probably didn't know was there. And so I want to say thank you to everyone and put this on the agenda for next time.
Thank you. Again, I just want to remind everybody, we have gone from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. We are now at the 34 time mark, and we do have a number of speakers. I think we've heard you. This item will be placed on the agenda for next time. There is no decision that will be made because this item is not on tonight's agenda. So I just want to make it clear that where we are with time, where we are with the number of speakers, and this item will be placed for further discussion. Okay, speaker number 19 may come up. Actually, 18. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Formenta and council members. Sorry, I don't do much public speaking. Okay. My name is Christina Diaz. I'm a BFA illustrator, graphic designer, and painter. I would like to express my support for the continued funding of Stay Gallery from the City of Downey's Art in Public Places Fund. I am here to express my concern of the possibility of Stay Gallery no longer being a vital part of the community here in Southeast Los Angeles County. I graduated from CSULB in 2012, and I was residing in the East Arts districts, but due to rising rent, I had to relocate. When looking what was close by as an up-and-coming art scene, there were rumors and eventually the opening of Stay Gallery in the same year. I felt it was meant to be, and it was one of the main reasons why I moved to this area. I was a longtime patron before I had the opportunity to have my work shown in exhibits and group shows, which I have an immense sense of pride in, and which I have also seen that brings a huge draw to the gallery, but not only to the gallery, but it also brings in communities from surrounding areas. Why is art and creative resources so vital in our community? Art possesses unparalleled ability to alter perceptions and catalyze change. Stay Gallery and all the outreach programs are absolutely crucial to our community. The value of art lies in its creation, the emotions, skills, and creativity in each piece. Oh, crap. Sorry. In each piece, are what makes it invaluable. Anyone with a creative interest can aim to leave a lasting impact, ensuring their creations are resident.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 19 may come up.
Mayor Formenta and City Council, my name is Bob Thompson. I'm the president of Downey Historical Society. And I just want to say that Stay Gallery is a treasure for Downey. And And please keep it. I hope even Bob, our Senator Bob Archuleta loves the place. So please keep it. I'll keep that short.
Thank you. Speaker number 20 may come up. Why not? Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
okay.
can hear you.
Mayor Fermetta and council members, my name is Carol Kearns. I'm been a long time member of the Downey Arts Coalition, and so I've known Gabe since that time, and we've worked together on different art events. I want to, I think you've already heard about what an impact this has had on so many children and families. And I just want to point out that Gabe and Juliana have demonstrated tremendous leadership in growing the gallery, despite the limitations of such a small space. They've demonstrated reliable business sense, and they've leveraged the city's financial contributions into creating a county-wide presence for the gallery. If you look at where the letters come from, you have letters from a director at the Getty, you have letter from Arts for LA, you have a senior manager from the LA Metro Transportation Authority, and a letter from Californians for the Arts. So they've created something that now has given the city a county-wide presence. People think of Downey as more than just a bedroom community with great schools. So I think you should look at what they've created. It's bigger than just Downey. And the last thing I want to say is I'd like to put a little bug in your ear, and I'd like you to consider creating a formal arts commission that would really be able to do some strategic planning for the arts community and in Downey. There's plenty of information. Other cities have done this. They recognize consistent economic benefits from doing this. So
thank you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you very much. Certainly, without a doubt. Alicia, could you pause the time, please? Certainly, without a doubt, we know that this, we can agree that art brings people together, and it does have the power to change lives. We realize and we know that this space is a cornerstone of our community. Having said that, I do want to make a call to all of the 1,100 individuals that signed the petition to put this on the agenda, as well as all of you that are here. If we forgo 10 lattes at our local Starbucks, we can, with $55 that every member that signed that petition, and those that have spoken tonight, that this is about bringing awareness about the importance of this space to our city and the benefits that it creates. And it has to bring everybody together. And so I think that the efforts that are placed here tonight and the efforts that have been placed over the last decade speak loudly about the importance of this space. With all of this said, the energy and the passion that I hear in all of you is fundraising efforts need to take place as well. There are people in this community that would be willing, please don't interrupt while I speak. There are people in this community that would be more than happy to write a check to this gallery. There are many businesses and organizations that would love to sponsor and also contribute to this space. And so it's not just a city and collaboration. This has to entail all of us, correct? And so I think I want to make also a calling to those of you that are in attendance, as well as those that are watching us, that are watching this meeting. Stay Gallery and the arts, it's for all of us. And it's incumbent upon us to bring in. A few lattes at a Starbucks is per person. We have 10,000 people in this community donating $55. That is over $1 million for this gallery. We have 114,000 people in this community. So I think the same way we make a call to action for a lot of different things, aside from the city, and we will have more of this discussion at a later time, but from a mayor, from a council perspective, this is something that we also need to think about. How do we leverage the business connections and the funding and fundraising opportunities? We will go ahead and continue with speaker number 21. Sir, if we hear you shouting from your seat, this is your one warning. The next time you may be removed. Thank you. Speaker number 21.
Mayor and council. I moved to Downey when I was a toddler. I've lived here my whole life, basically. And a couple years ago, I had the opportunity to buy my own home. Last Wednesday, I went to my parked cars. This is the way they were parked. I got 2 parking tickets for blocking the sidewalk. One of the reasons why my parents decided to come to Downey is because it's a nice, pleasant area. The neighborhood I grew up in, you know, there was no cars parked on the street. It was always clear. I'm here not to only represent myself, but my neighbors as well, who also got parking violations for parking their car in the driveway, which we got no warning. I've lived here for years, and this is the first time I've ever had a ticket for using my own driveway, which does not make sense. I did go around Downey, and there are a lot of cars that block the sidewalk. So I don't understand how you want us to park our cars. I mean, this is my home that I'm paying a mortgage on. I pay my property taxes. So I want to know, you know, I want this addressed because this doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm certainly not going to be parking my car on the curb. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
We'll ask the chief to follow up and talk about that.
Thank you. Speaker number 22 may come up.
Right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sergio. I've been a resident of Downey for over 42 years. I'm an art educator, also a professional artist. But I want to give you guys a perspective that's a little bit different. You know, at the end of the day, we're asking for that 1%, right? That's already allocated in the first place. And what is it going towards? A lot of you guys might think it's, you know, everybody thinks of art as just, you know, a little bit of finger painting, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They're just being creative. They're being expressive. However, the future of any industry depends on innovation. And oftentimes in education, I've been doing it for almost 17 years now, kids go through the redundant practice of, what do you want? What does it need to look like? I'm just going to copy what the teacher put on the board, and I'm not going to initiate any ounce of my innovation or creativity at all. And art is the playground where people begin to learn a culture of innovation. You guys deal with it all the time. You're faced with problems on a day-to-day basis, and you're asked to figure it out, and you're not given solutions. You need to figure it out. How often in a kid's education are they given the opportunity to work from the ground up, to be given a blank slate, and to be told, figure it out. Give me a solution to a problem that nobody has a solution to. That's what art is. And if you're gonna have a doctor that is changing the game, it's the doctor that comes up with new procedures. If you're gonna have an engineer that changes the game for the industry, it's the person that comes up with new ways of doing things. You need to facilitate a culture and a place that gives kids the opportunities to do that. It's not just finger painting. It's not just an art exhibition. It's creating a culture where we promote a certain way of thinking across the board for your 22,000 families and their children. That's what's important about the arts, and that's what STAY is providing with these after-school programs, with these exhibitions. It's an opportunity to shape the younger children's way of living and their habits. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 23 may come up.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council,
evening.
and City staff. Ernesto Valle here. I'm gonna fly through this. So first thing, I'm glad you cut it down to 2 minutes because that's actually an issue that I've been having. I don't think that we should reduce the time to less than 3 minutes. I think that there's opportunity for the residents to speak on what they need and their concerns. And if we need to stay here till midnight, we need to stay here till midnight to listen to the residents, number one. Number two, I'm gonna fly by through this with all due respect. Madam Mayor, I love you. We have great respect, but we need to do more than to ask our residents to slow down. Our residents aren't necessarily the ones that are speeding. There's people that come from Bell Gardens and other cities that fly through our back area, through our streets. So I propose that we provide speed bumps to our residents. I was told that we can't because that impairs our first responders and they're not going to be able to respond as quickly because this slows them down. However, we need speed bumps. We need deterrence, and I don't know if we could do this, but if we need to increase the fines 5 times or whatever for people that speed, then let's do it to deter the people that are speeding. We just can't stop and ask our residents to do it. We need to do something, and we need to do it now. RVs parking overnight, that's an issue. We need to empower our police and take care of business. There was a RV parked on Suva in Guatemala. I called Downey PD, and they said, we can't do anything about it. They were using waste, the generator. We need to attack it now. Dispensaries are coming to Downey. You know why? Because they're coming to Bell Gardens. So we need to get an action plan on how to work with Bell Gardens PD to ensure that they don't come over here. We already had a raid a couple of weeks ago at a dispensary that was operating here for years. We need to make sure we get active on it quick. We need 12 to 15 police officers, not 10. Why? Because of attrition. We have three officers retiring. We can't be at the minimum requirement. We need to be above and beyond. Lights at Furman, there was a person masturbating a couple of weeks ago in the covert of darkness. I go, lights at Furman are more than just gain access to our players. It's protection and deterrence to the homelessness and crime activities at Furman Park. So I propose that we go ahead and get that quick. I know you're a big proponent. Mario, thank you for having that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernie. Speaker number 24 may come up.
Good evening.
Hello.
State Gallery was the first gallery to give me a chance showing my artwork in their local group show in 2022. They helped me shape my career, and now I'm a self-sustaining artist. State Gallery is the first and one of the few spaces I've come across that actually see the value in what creatives of color have to say and the things that we make. You know, where you pour your money shows what you see value in. Taking money from State Gallery isn't taking money from a vain attempt to display art. You're taking money from showing children of color the possibility of who they can be. You are taking another after-school program away. You are taking away employment from those who contribute to the arts in Los Angeles. State Gallery is the only art space in Downey, the only space that allows kids and adults to explore themselves and their minds and actually seek value in their community. You are threatening to take that away because you don't see the value that State contributes. And ultimately, you don't see the value in what the people in Downey can be. And you don't care about the fruit of the people of your community, because you don't think that these people are people. You are just seeing them as numbers. Go to the ghettos across LA and see what's missing. Don't repeat what those other council members did. And lastly, saying that this is a fundraising effort to people who are mostly living check to check isn't necessarily connecting to these people. It's a little, all due respect, a little ignorant, and it alleviates responsibility from yourself, a person in power. And thank you.
For Mr. Martinez and Mr. Barragan, you're shouting back there. This is your one warning. We are all here to applaud and recognize, but your shouting back there is out of hand, okay? This will be your one warning. Speaker number 25, please.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
My name is Sean Warrior, and I'm speaking on behalf of State Gallery. I just wanted to make a point that I noticed the MPT had brought up a statement that there's a concern for entertainment for teenagers within the city of Downey, and that there needs to be more activities for those who are below the age range to go to bars, go to clubs, establishments that I see are very plentiful down here, especially on the block of Downey Avenue and Firestone. Not to say there's anything wrong with those establishments. We do need that kind of entertainment, but for the kids, teenagers, young adults, and even the people who chaperone them and have to be at certain establishments, there has to be a level of enjoyment that can come to each of those crowds. And State Gallery not only provides that kind of enjoyment with their several after-school programs, their different exhibitions, and also their open gallery hours for people to always come in, become inspired, and hear the different voices that come from people in this community. They also uplift the voices of the community and uplift everyone's First Amendment right to speak. Those stories not only come from within Downey, but even come from within other communities that are neighboring Downey, LA County. I myself am from Inglewood, California, currently residing over in Long Beach, but I am presently in Downey very often, especially to speak at a forum like this, because State Gallery does exactly that in tying in and sowing a strong community for a lot of voices to be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 26 may come up.
All right, let a real conservative get up and talk. Okay. Number 11, a real conservative would say no to Councilmember Sosa for ratifying a donation of one foursome of golf to the Downey Rotary Club. That's not your job to give tickets so they can raffle off and make money because you like the Rotary Club. That's not your role as city government. Number 13, establishment of a community garden on city-owned property. No, you can do it privately. You don't need the city funds to create a community garden. Let somebody invest their own money and they can do their own thing and they can grow whatever they want in their community garden. They could invite as many people as they want. And of course, you have the problems that go with that. State Gallery, another nonprofit. We have plenty of nonprofits. We don't need to be funding any nonprofits from the city funds at all. Not LA CATA, not Downey Arts Coalition, not State Gallery, not the Kiwanis Club. We need to dismantle, repeal the DDIA and all their slush funds like the Arts in Public Places that gets 1% of all the new construction in the downtown Downey district, and that includes Ojos Locos. Did they get 1% from Ojos Locos construction? Absolutely they did. So who was opposed to it? Nobody up here. Everybody supported it because they all want their hands on the money. You want other people's money, OPM, OPM, OPM. You're hooked on it.
Speaker number 27 may come up.
Hello. I came right after soccer practice. I have my daughter here. I came here to kind of talk about, I don't even know what I was going to talk about, and to announce my candidacy for 2024 election. My name's Alexandra Beamer, but I had my 10-year reunion at State Gallery. I've lived in Downey for over 36 years, my family much longer. And it's an amazing place. And I recently went to an event they had through, I believe, the Downey City Library. It was just very insightful. My daughter loves to draw. She had an opportunity to create some beautiful art. I think it's a great place. I think it should be funded. I mean, there are so many things we're funding out here that probably shouldn't be. I think State Gallery is a pretty good, a good place to be funded, especially since there's like after school programs going on there. It's just, we need that. We definitely don't need, what did Mario, Dave and Buster's, Jesus Christ. And they just built one over at the Long Beach Town Center. We don't, come on. So growing up in Downey, I've always like left Downey to go do other things, and now Downey's looking like the bad parts of Hollywood every night. I like walking around downtown Downey at night to clear my mind, and I just look around, and it's just a night. It's a lot. I think having the art gallery and actually investing your time and like maybe the city council should like make announcements about the art gallery, get more people to come. They can fundraise as well. I think it should be a group effort. We need that stuff in Downey. There's things we don't need and there's things we need. And I think that's a benefit. So yeah, 2024 election.
Thank you. Speaker number 28 may come up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and city officials. First, Mayor, I'd like to thank you for your extended recognition of the veterans. As you know, freedom isn't free. And also like to thank you for your recognition that #1 job of city government is public safety. And I wish you all very good luck in getting the police officers Downey needs. That isn't free, but neither is quality of life. And when you're putting the pencil to the paper and counting out the dollars and where they would go, I hope you take a look at just Gabe the man over there. I'm aware, and pardon me if I'm undercounting what he does, I'm aware that he's a member of at least 2 volunteer organizations here, and these organizations are much better off than what they would be without Gabe. And as we all know, our city here is much better off with the volunteer organizations that we have. So any money spent to keep Gabe here and any money spent to keep him here more is, well, a big bang for the buck. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 29 may come up.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff, good evening.
Good evening.
I want to, first of all, acknowledge Council Member Horn. He has stepped forward in the last approximately 6 months to represent District Number 1. He put his hat in the ring, and I compliment him and thank him for doing a good job. Second comment has to do with law and stability. Generally, laws are enacted, and most of the time they provide stability. And when those laws are not obeyed, instability tends to rise. I'm talking, for instance, let me take an example, immigration, a sore subject for many people. But our government has immigration laws on the books. And yet, if you look at what's happening in our southern border, that situation is being abused by the current federal government. This leads to instability with the federal government. They have to house these people, supply them food, educate them, It creates additional problems for states to have them counter things, and then it filters down to city government. All that creates a method of instability which should not happen. This ends my comments.
Thank you. Speaker number 30 may come up. Okay. Speaker number 31 may come up.
So many speakers, they switched to blue. So I hear a lot of talk about crime. I mean, I see Chief Murray here, some of our Downey's finest. And I drive down Firestone every day, and I see them stopping 1 or 2 kids out of the high school, and they're just sitting there, you know, with a cause or without a cause. And, you know, I'm wondering to myself, I wonder what that missing link is, that thing that would get them off the streets and get themselves out of trouble. Maybe that's what I came here to talk about today. Here to stay. Is it not worth it for a strong community like Downey to invest in what has become a deeply relevant venue for artistic programs and unforgettable experiences? One thing that became all too apparent to me during the COVID-19 crisis is that we only grapple with how much we actually need the arts in the moments that seem the darkest. In those moments, kids lash out for mediums to express their wild emotions. Adults rely on created content to ease the stress of their daily lives. And families come together to experience their world through different lenses. In those moments, we demand more of art, true. But we don't have to be in crisis to secure the place of our premier arts gallery. State Gallery, along with the Downey Arts Coalition and the Downey Symphony, are the 3 pillars of the arts within the city of Downey, and they must be protected to preserve the soul of this community. There is so much room for these entities to grow and bring much needed joy and prestige to the city of Downey. If you can walk into State Gallery, take a look around, and not feel the need and necessity in the city.
Thank you for that. At this time, we are over 60 minutes. We doubled our time tonight to accommodate speakers as well as lower the time. And you will have an opportunity to speak at the next council meeting. I will not entertain a motion from somebody shouting from the back. Is there a motion in a second to close public comment?
We have 2 speakers left.
Is it okay if they speak, Madam Mayor?
We were at 31, Mayor?
Didn't we have 34 total speakers?
Yeah, we had a total of 34.
Yeah.
So there's actually 3 speakers left.
Yeah, with all due respect, and we've gone this long, I say let the 2 or 3 finish, the 2 or 3 extra finish.
Is that the wish of the council? Yeah, you're okay? Okay. Speaker number 32 may come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Martinez. I am the delegate of the 64th District, which covers 7 cities, including the city of Downey. I'd like to start off by acknowledging and bringing to everyone's attention that the mayor and the city council has currently filed a lawsuit and a restraining order against Herman. They have opined and they believe that his comments are out of the jurisdiction or subject matter of the district's ability. which to that I would say that is incorrect. One of the quotes that I see in the litigation papers is that merely sourcing his or attributing his words to prior court opinions does nothing to change this effect. I disagree, Mr. Funk. I firmly believe that addressing court cases is well within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city to acknowledge, because it is the foundation of how laws in our country are arranged, and you need to honor that. I believe that Mr. Herman has engaged in a course of conduct that serves no legitimate purpose and that would place a reasonable person in fear for his or her safety. I'm a reasonable person. In fact, I know a lot of reasonable persons that understand exactly what Mr. Herman is engaging in. First Amendment protected speech. And I'm pretty sure that if he takes this to court, he will win. And Downey will be defeated. And once again, because you have lost to Mr. Herman in the past, you will be forced to pay our tax money for something that you knew was gonna fail in court to begin with. I asked this council to not engage in frivolous lawsuits. It is unbecoming and it is pathetic. It's also a waste of our taxpayer money, and you could be doing something better with our money. Something like perhaps funding the State Gallery. Let me tell you people, everyone who came here for the State Gallery, she just told you, save your money, don't go to Starbucks, don't buy 7 cups. 7 cups.
Thank you. Speaker number 33 may come up.
So join the previous speaker and other speakers, and I'm alarmed. You know, we have a fascist mayor. We've had a fascist mayor for a long time, and because, you know, she spies on the homeless, terrorizes them, calls the police on them. Then she's now attacking Mr. Herman for, as we just heard, Mr. Herman, you know, talks about a lot of stuff, and all of it is germane to any possible non-agenda items. So those things that you have up there, those regulations that you put up there to suppress the community's speech, those are just opinions from this attorney that you've now imported from Orange County to help you in your corruption. We know all about your corruption. You're totally corrupt. I'm so glad to see that more, especially young people, are here to observe your corruption firsthand. You are failed. You have failed for multiple decades. That's why we have a city where there is, for example, there's crime, there's homelessness. All of those are outcomes of governmental policies. In the past, other people did took wrong paths in government, and they created the situations that we now see. It's not, you know, the homeless are not to blame. The people committing crimes, crime, it comes from poverty, from lack of opportunities. And so that's why it's totally ridiculous that the money that we do have in the city, the mayor is refusing the young people's desire and need to have this space. It's a great space. I've been there. It's wonderful. And it's totally ridiculous that she wants us to save money on, you know, one of the, you know, small pleasures of life, getting a Starbucks coffee. And it's totally ridiculous. You got to start using our money for our needs, not for all the waste and corruption. So yes to the State Gallery.
Thank you. Speaker number 34. And is this the last speaker we have?
I'm not certain. Was he 34?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all, Mayor.
Good evening, first-time speaker, long-time listener. I'm here as a community volunteer of Downey. I've been a community volunteer in the city of Downey for 6 or 7 years. Officer Aguilar, who left earlier, he's a person that recruited me to be a coach at Northwest Downey Little League. I could probably say that. His phone call got me coaching, swept up my cleats, and started helping the community. I then became a board member at Northwest Downey Little League. Been a board member for 3 years. I want to emphasize that I'm here because I want to make sure that the city supports our youth organizations. I'm also a coach at Downey Junior Athletic Association. I coach there basketball and football. I've been coaching there for 3 or 4 years. I see the need to support our nonprofit youth programs and stay away from the for-profit travel bus systems that we support at Discovery, mainly by providing them the fields and cheap permits, and they use the lights. With that said, we need lights at Furman Park, not only for the youth programs, but for the community. I personally found crack pipes, meth pipes, syringes, graffiti all over. Recently, somebody defecating near the kids' dugouts, right? Homeless problems, defecating, whoever it is, right? But that's no place for our youth to see or smell defecation or anything. Lights most likely could have prevented them, not saying that they would have, but they sure help. I understand it's been a sore subject because some people here have heard the gripes of the local neighbors, but the new technology we have that the city has used already limits the exposure of the lights to the community. But we need to be a community that supports our nonprofits, the nonprofits that roll up their sleeves and work hard. We've never asked a handout from the city, and when we're low on funds, we roll up our sleeves and get to work by doing fundraisers and so forth and not taking as many lattes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing there's no more speakers. I will make a motion to close public comment. Do I have a second?
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are
Madam
there
Mayor?
any council members? Yes.
I do have, given that we're not discussing this tonight, I do have several questions for Gabriel. I'd like to put this on the next agenda.
Yes.
A discussion of State Gallery and their proposal.
Yes, I will second that.
We'll bring it back. Thank you, Mayor. We should be able to bring that back at the next meeting. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I would like to abstain from the minutes of October 10th as I was absent, and from the consent calendar, item number 4, as I have a conflict because of my ownership of property near that location.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from item number 2, the council meeting minutes of October 10, and item number 4, due to owning property in the area.
We have 3 administrative reports this evening. Number 12 is a request for a waiver of city fees and associated costs related to the development of a new YMCA facility at 11531 Downey Avenue. The City Council discuss and provide staff direction on a waiver of city fees and associated costs for the YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles to facilitate the construction of a new YMCA facility at 11531 Downey Avenue, and 2, direct staff to prepare an agreement between the city and YMCA to formalize any waived fees, which would be contingent on the completion of the proposed project. City Manager Bradley, who has the staff report?
Our community development director will provide the report. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a request to consider a waiver request of city fees and associated costs to facilitate the development of a YMCA facility at 11531 Downey Avenue. Thank you, Alicia. The current YMCA site consists of 2 buildings, one of which is a 20,000 square foot building that will be demolished to prepare for the construction of a new 20,400 square foot building. Preliminarily, it is anticipated that a state library grant funding will assist with the following: the demolition and site preparation, parking site and construction, site utilities, and conceptual and construction design drawings. At its October 24th meeting, the City Council directed staff to bring back an item for council consideration regarding the waiving of fees, including the public art fee. YMCA staff has indicated that it wishes City Council to consider waiving any and all associated costs and fees with the project, and has submitted a summary of the project's overall costs, construction schedule, project renderings, and preliminary plans, which have been provided as part of today's staff report. It is anticipated that the construction of the new YMCA facility would be completed by the end of 2025, with limited demolition starting in early 2024, with the assistance of the City Public Works Department, which is the administrator of the State Library Grant. And on this slide, you see the existing facility. At the bottom is a site plan. The purple portion at the top is the building that will remain on site, which is the existing gymnasium building that will be remodeled, and the front portion of the lot, which is a slight yellow color, would be the portion that's demolished and rebuilt, and the parking lot layout will also be changing. And here's some project renderings of the site that have been provided. The brand new facility will support a vibrant, healthy community with engaging youth and teen development programs, before and after school care, and senior and special needs activities. The new 20,000 square facility is being designed with an outdoor basketball court, pickleball courts, a child activity center, an indoor pool, men's and women's and family locker rooms, state-of-the-art fitness center, holistic health community space, and dedicated parking with electric vehicle charging stations and a secured entrance. The new YMCA building is anticipated to cost a little over $20 million, and the YMCA has secured up to date approximately $12 million, which is a combination of community donations and the previously mentioned state grant. The YMCA is currently awaiting approval of a federal community project allocation of approximately $3 million, and YMCA is currently undergoing a campaign to bridge the funding gap. Today, staff is seeking direction from the City Council regarding the request of the waiver of city fees. This table provides the City Council with three options, or the following table will provide three options. This table provides an overall summary of the breakdown of the types of fees that are applicable to the project. The first category is related to the construction of the new project, which would be all new construction, new buildings, which are fees related to fire, public works, planning, and building, which totals amount of city fees, $268,000 approximately. Applicable refundable deposits, which relate to the city's requirement to comply with construction and diversion requirements for construction material, and that's a refundable deposit of $50,000, and a category called pass-through fees, which is external costs related to consultant and technical reports that would be required to be prepared as part of this project. The city normally for these types of projects would hire the consultants, oversee the preparation of those technical reports, review those reports, and make sure that any type of information that's needed can be incorporated into the final construction drawings that are before they're approved. And that approximate cost is $100,000. The next category relates to the demolition of the existing buildings that I mentioned earlier. The approximate costs relating to that for permits are building and public works permits, approximately $8,600. And again, a similar refundable deposit of $7,900 would apply to that category. And then the third category of costs relates to the relocation of wireless communication facilities that are currently located on the exterior of the existing building, which is facing Downey Avenue. Those wireless communication facilities, antennas, are in the process of being relocated. The applicant actually has submitted application to the city for those plans. and those fees relating to planning, building, and public works amount to almost $19,000 with a similar $4,500 refundable deposit that I mentioned earlier. The grand total of fees is $458,481. Of those total costs, the city fees are $296,000 approximately, refundable deposit of $62,000 approximately, and again, as I mentioned, the external costs relating to consultant and the preparation of technical reports, which is $100,000. Staff, to facilitate the discussion for today, has prepared 3 options for council consideration, which were also part of the staff report. Option number 1 would be to waive all city fees. And if we go back to this category, which is the category entitled city fees, you'll see if you follow that column all the way down, the total amount is approximately $296,000. That is option number 1, which is to waive city fees. The cost to the city would be $296,000. The applicant cost would relate to the external costs that I mentioned and the refundable deposit amounts, which is $162,000 approximately. In this scenario, the applicant incurs no city fees, but would be responsible for those external costs and the refundable deposit amounts of $62,000 approximately. Option number 2, which is to waive all city fees and external costs. The cost to the city for this option is about $458,000. The applicant in this scenario incurs no costs related to city fees, would not be responsible for the costs related to external costs relating to consultant and technical reports, and the applicant is also not responsible for providing the refundable deposit, but they are responsible for complying with the requirements of that program. An option number 3 is a no waiver scenario, which is no cost to the city. In this scenario, the applicant would be responsible for all the costs related to the project, including the city fees, the refundable deposits, and the external costs relating to the preparation of any technical reports and the consulting costs relating to that. So in summary, this is, could read better in a staff report, and this table on the screen, it does appear a little bit smaller, but basically it's a summary of everything that I've described in my presentation today. Column number 1 is option number 1 with waive city fees only. Option number 2, which is waive all city fees and external cost. And option number 3 is no waiver of city cost. And the long column at the bottom, or that row, relates to the various pros and cons related to each of those options that I've presented today. So with that, the recommendation from staff today is to discuss and provide staff direction on the waiver of city fees and associated costs for the YMCA project to facilitate the construction of a new YMCA facility at 11531 Downey Avenue, and also to direct staff to prepare an agreement between the city and YMCA to formalize any waived fees which would be contingent on the completion of the project. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. Council members, do you have questions about the proposed options?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Irma. With respect to the fees being waived, that's spread out between the first 2 options. In option number 2, how much is actually out of pocket for the city, and when is that being realized?
They actually would be realized in almost maybe 3 different phases, if you will. The option number 2 relates to the city costs. The city will incur all costs that I mentioned. So if we go to the first table, is $458,000 is the grand total, and that's option number 2 would include all of these fees. The city would incur those costs, I would say, in approximately 3 phases. The first probably being with the demolition, limited demolition of some of the existing facilities and the relocation of the wireless communications facilities. which is approximately $8,600 and $18,995. Once the applicant goes through the entitlement process, I correct myself, it's actually 4 phases. Once the applicant applies for entitlements, which they have, that would be the 3rd bucket of cost, if you will, related to the entitlement application fees, which are mostly under the planning division. And then the 4th time that the city would incur costs would be relating to actually obtaining permits and plan checks for the construction of the new buildings and completing the site work.
So that's 4 phases spread out over 2 years?
Approximately 4
Okay.
phases.
No, but
And
go ahead.
Just one more question. And the first option, there's no out-of-pocket costs for the city?
This, in the first option, let me go to the table. In the first option, the city provides in-kind services by waiving all city fees, so that would be relating to any permits for demolition or plan check for demolition work. The city would incur those costs as the project begins. That would be the first phase. The next phase would be the relocation of the antennas and any permits related to that. That would be the second time the city would incur those costs. And then the 3rd time would be, as I mentioned earlier, which is the entitlement applications for the new construction and for the permits for the new site work. In
think it might be-
scenario number 1, the applicant pays what we call the pass-through costs, which is the $100,000 for the preparation of consultant and technical reports.
So that one, again, it's the out-of-pocket is on the option number 2, is the consultant and technical studies. That's $100,000. That's on page 4 of the report. That's the direct cost to the city.
That's correct.
So now this is something that I asked staff to look into. I wanted to find out what are the what sort of discounts other cities are offering to nonprofits. And again, I think it's important for us to consider the YMCA will be providing public services to our community, to our elders as well as children. But I wanted to bring up to my colleagues that staff looked at the following cities, and none of the surrounding cities have discounts for planning or permit fees. These include Santa Fe Springs, La Mirada, Whittier, Paramount, Lakewood, Pico Rivera, Long Beach, Norwalk, Bellflower, Temple City, Gardena, Torrance, and Garden Grove. None of these cities have any sort of discount for planning or permit fees, and some of those cities do contract with LA County for their building and safety permits, so they have to abide by their fees. I think the YMCA is such an important project for our community, and I know we've been discussing this for quite a long time. I wanted to explore the option and the possibility of giving a discount for this nonprofit. And again, knowing, I've also asked our city manager to look into a process for which we look at discounts for these sort of nonprofits, because again, we can't waive all fees moving forward. I think we've had this discussion before. This particular project is valuable to the community. I don't want to seem arbitrary, and I don't want this city to seem, we're picking and choosing. But again, based on the services and the value that the YMCA has brought to our community for decades and what they're going to bring in the future, I am inclined to propose we look at a 50% waiving of fees in the number 1 option category. Number 2, the $100,000, that is going to be a direct impact cost to the city. And so again, I think that, we remain committed. We want to help. And at this point, not having a standard process. I think I'm all about process. We have to have a process so that we move forward and we're not, we don't seem arbitrary. But my proposal is to waive 50% of the city fees in option number 1. I don't know if my council colleagues have additional comments or questions on the topic.
If I may, Madam Mayor, can we go back to the graph? I'd like to see what 50% is.
50% of option number 1 is $148,040.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think our investment in our youth, right? We don't have a youth center. La Mirada has its own youth center. We don't have Boys and Girls Clubs of America. We have the YMCA and it's shut down. And it's just such a valuable partner in our community that I would like to waive all the fees. I would like to propose that we follow option 1. I do believe that they should pay the pass-through fees. It shouldn't cost us. Well, we're trying not to incur additional costs. And so I'm glad that we're agreeing to do something for the Y. I would just like to see the full option 1. That's my position, Madam Mayor.
Very well.
Well, I don't think we're entertaining option 3. I have a couple questions for the Y with respect to the programs that they will have in place for the elders and for children and maybe some underprivileged families. If I can get some answers on those.
I'm Steve Robertson. I'm the board, I'm the financial development chairman. This is Mauricio Nunez. He's the chair of our board. We also have Dorothy Pemberton on our board, Todd Corrin, who's on our board, and Dan Powell, who is our executive director at the moment. So Hector, I'll try to answer the questions the best I can, and then they can help me. But before I answer that question, I left a really good AT&T job I'm a volunteer. I don't live here. I don't live in Downey. I live in Fullerton, but this is still my city. 1986, I left a job at AT&T and went into real estate. My grandmother passed away, and I didn't have anybody to help me with a little 6-year-old boy, my younger son. My broker at the time called the Y. They helped me with my son. They did the aftercare school, so I didn't have to worry about him. Two of my sons, they taught how to swim, and my granddaughter, they taught how to swim. There's a lot of kids in this community that don't even know how to swim, and we're sitting here with the closed YMCA that we're trying to get back open. Todd Corrin, who's sitting there, has taken, over the last 50 years, he has taken middle school kids to Easter Caravan. Todd's a volunteer. We don't get paid for this. And he takes those kids to camp that never get to go to camp. This YMCA is incredibly important. This city has 4 things that make it what it is. One of them is that police department, that fire department, the school district, and the 4th one is the YMCA. I'm passionate about this YMCA because this city needs it. We came here a few months ago and we asked you to consider giving a donation to the Y because we're raising money and you couldn't do it because you were in the budget process. The other thing, and I need to say this, the other thing I asked, the second thing was help us make this process easier if you can. Don't make it more difficult. And Mr. Bradley and his staff, I'm telling you, they have been, thank you very much. They have been incredible helping us with this. And now we're just looking for, we've raised 14 million. We need to get to 20, and we're working on getting that other 6 million. And if the city can't give us a donation, at least, you know, we're asking you to help us waive some of these permit costs. So with that, I'll try to answer your question. Or Mauricio can.
Yeah, if I may, to answer Councilmember Sosa's questions, some of the programs that will be directed and have historically been directed to the community have been youth sports, some arts activities, childcare, elderly, physical fitness, and therapy. And one of the great things that attracted me to the Y personally and where I started was in fundraising for these programmatic efforts, with the simple line that another volunteer told me. I said, no child, no participant will be turned away for lack of resources. And that's one of the missions that I strive and look forward to carrying in this new facility. But to do so, first we must revitalize and bring back the building. So I hope that kind of answers your question. And again, I would like to extend a gratitude for the support that has been shown by elected officials and staff so far to this project and the community.
Yeah, the Y has helped people in the community for 60 years, roughly, Todd, 60? For 60 years. We get the new Y built, it's gonna help people in this community for another 60 years. And like Mario says, we don't have a Boys and Girls Club. There's no place that kids can really go for after school, or to learn how to swim, or to take ballet, or to learn karate. Or the older people, they need the warm water pool, which is something we're gonna also do eventually there, so that we can help they can't jump in the cold water. They're 80 years old. I'm almost there. We can't go jump in the cold water. It's gotta be warmer. So we gotta have the warm water pool for the older people. But we're working on that. And again, that's gonna take this community for at least another 60 years once we get this built. And right now we're asking we ask everybody to help us. But you know, I heard the Starbucks, we've been beating doors now for quite a while. We're making progress. We haven't got all the doors knocked on, but we'll get to the 20 million that we need. But tonight we're asking hopefully that the city can help us with waiving those, like I like your version, Mario, waive all those permit fees, because that's gonna help us. Half sounds good, but 100 sounds better.
Thank you for this. We usually don't engage in these back and forth, Councilmember Sosa, because they're not, you know, on the agenda for a presentation. So thank you. You may be seated. In any additional comments?
I had a question of staff. Do we know in the history of the YMCA, have they ever come to us for money before? Have we ever given them any money in any way in those 60 days?
I'm not aware, but we can look and see, but don't have the information right now.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any more questions.
I don't have any more questions, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, or comments.
Any other comments? Are we ready to make a motion?
I make a motion, we go with option number 1.
I second.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Moving on to number 13, the discussion regarding the establishment of a community garden on city-owned property. That the City Council discuss and provide staff direction regarding the establishment of a community garden on city-owned property. And I see City Manager Jason is going to provide that report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a much easier topic for you. At the March 23rd, 2023 City Council meeting, city staff presented an update on community garden and the establishment, received direction from the council to proceed in finding potential locations for the City Council to evaluate. And that's why I am here today. Maybe, here we go. We're on this side. maybe we'll get it on both, we'll see. We'll start on this side.
Okay.
Community gardens, I think a lot of us know what they are, but in case it's a single piece of land that's gardened collectively by a group of people to provide fresh produce and plants. Plots can be divided into either individual parcels, and there's also some tendered in communal fashion, depending on the size and quality of the community garden and the members involved. There we are. Some factors that went into the locations as staff evaluated different things. One, we wanted to look at existing water sources. The reason this is important, it helps in the cost and not having to bring in water from a separate line or somewhere that was far away that would get very expensive for us. The proximity to allow entry, easy community access. A lot of our parks and city space have different entryways, and we wanted something that was going to be easy and close for people to access, as a lot of times we get some seniors who want to be a part of that process and be in the community garden. Obviously, as I'm learning, abundance of natural sunlight, I guess, is important at a garden. So we do have a lot of trees and cover, so we wanted to make sure that it was a park site that got good natural sunlight. Available parking is also important for us so that folks do not have to fight for parking. A removed area, ensuring peaceful and seamless gardening environment. And I'm going to talk about both of those real quick. So the available parking and making sure it was in an area that was peaceful. This eliminated some of our more active parks. Although we might have a parcel here or there, take a Furman Park, an Apollo Park, and an Independence Park. Those are heavily utilized by our youth sports groups, our fitness classes, our park goers, our people who are using walking trails. Although there might be an open spot where somebody might say, hey, a community garden would be great there, people would be fighting for parking, people would be fighting to have baseballs being hit, warming up. It's just not the area. So some of those were automatically removed from the consideration, and you'll see why some of these other parks fell higher on our list. Some of the other factors were also ample space for the current development, but also we don't want to build ourselves out already. We wanted to find locations that had possible future expansion depending how popular this program is. So we wanted to have some future space that was available. And then also a secure area. We have a lot of different things going on in our region, so we just want to make sure it was an area that folks felt safe, that they would be able to come garden at different times. A lot of times community gardens are busier during the daytime while folks are possibly at work or at home, and then on the weekends. So those were the factors that were mainly considered. There were some other ones, but these were our main ones. So I'm going to go through some locations with you to show you what we're looking at. So this is Rio San Gabriel. So just for context, down here at the bottom, this is Firestone and the Dodge dealership that is down at the bottom with the riverbed going along the side. The location that we're looking at, this is the main parking lot here that is on the south end of the park near the playground. The north location, there's a north parking lot up here. Behind the baseball field, there's a large grass area. I'll show you, I'll go back to it. But this is the area specifically that we're looking at that extends quite far down. I'll come back to this in a second. The pros, there's already an existing water supply here. We have irrigation that goes through this area, so Public Works will not have to go very far to be able to pull some extra lines to get either a drip system or water, at least at the very minimum. There's parking, very easily accessible parking, and conveniently, the parking lot is going to get redone here in the next 6 months, so it will have a brand new parking lot. Easy access in that this picture was taken from the edge of this parking lot, so you can see that as folks park here in the parking lot, they'd be able to enter the community garden straight from the parking lot, which is easily accessible. And then the future expansion, so you can see it's a little hard I'm going to show you both pictures. This current dimension here of the proposed 7150 square feet actually only goes up to this middle tree here. So it's about half of this. So going back to this big one, right now we're only proposing this square here where this tree is. And you'll see that it does allow future expansion into this back area if this program was popular and we needed some more space. Some cons, we wanted to make sure we took everything into account. Sports fields are right next to it. The interesting thing about Rio San Gabriel is it is not home to a lot of our youth sports leagues that are year-round. It's home to our football organization, the Downey Razorbacks, that are usually July through November. And the majority of their practices are in this grass area and some cheer over here. And again, those are typically on the evenings at night, which would not be a time that the community gardens are are being used. The Razorbacks do have a storage unit over here, so we would make sure that we still left everything accessible for them to be able to get their equipment out, and that we wouldn't take away any of the space that they're currently used to over there. There is some moderate sunlight issues over here, that we do have some very large mature trees. So what we would do is, when we go to this picture, in these areas would be more of where maybe our picnic tables would go, our communal areas would go, trash enclosures, stuff like that. And we would leave the majority of the plots over here in the actual sunlight. So again, this is the Rio San Gabriel location, and the pros and cons that go with that. Any questions on Rio San Gabriel before I move forward? We're gonna go through 3 locations so I can help answer questions.
No questions.
One question on Rio San Gabriel. On that south side, behind the diamond there, how close is that? My concern is, as Ernie Valle knows, I spent a lot of time on the baseball field at West Downey Little League. We're rivals, but the foul balls back there, and the frequency of people going in there and retrieving those foul balls. That's my concern.
Yep, absolutely. So you can kind of see this tree line. It's better in this picture right here. There's a small tree line that was planted years ago. Majority of the teams will warm up in this area here for the next games. We don't have a high frequency. There aren't many games played here, as you know. This is typically usually only our older division little leagues that will practice here. This isn't home to per se a home team that will have a lot of games here. Adult softball is also home here, but that is mostly on the evenings, which would not interfere with this activity. So the really only interference would be weekend morning games, which are at a minimum at this park, and that are only limited to older division games. So we don't anticipate a large number of foul balls, although I'm sure there will be some here and there. It'll definitely be a smaller amount, minimal than other park sites.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions about Rio San Gabriel?
I just had a quick question. We had discussed it earlier in the year, since this used to be a landfill. If there was gonna be redevelopment there to bring it up to our other park standards, how would that interfere with our community garden?
Currently, with the community garden, the proposal, when we're gonna come back at a later date to the council, but the majority of new community gardens are above ground plots. So we're not actually digging into the ground where we would be worried about any soil or any moving around of what we had going on in the ground there. I'll give you a picture. The above ground plots are similar to this, which you see here. This is just an example. These are some of the shorter ones. But you can see from the outline here, it might be a DG trail for us or other impediment, but it won't be anything that goes into the ground that we're too worried about disturbing what has to be done there. I'm gonna put Public Works on the spot here, but I believe there's a requirement of a certain depth that if you dig down below that, you have to get approval for, and whatever we do there would not meet that requirement. We wouldn't go deeper than whatever those sources are for that.
Thank you.
The next location is Wilderness Park. Interesting facts about Wilderness Park is it's actually broken up into 3 parcels with 3 different owners. Thank you to Community Development for helping us learn that. Down here, again, here we are at Wilderness, so we know where we are. This is Florence down here on the right-hand side of this screen with the 605 freeway. This portion here, right off of Little Lake Road, is actually owned by Caltrans. This little piece in front of the pond. The outside along the San Gabriel River Trail and about halfway through this pond here is actually owned by Southern California Edison. And then the middle of the park, in a triangle, if you will, is this whole middle section here is actually owned by the city. That is the location that we are currently talking about. This is the parking lot where we have our automated parking in our facility with the 2 ponds that were recently done during Measure S. The entryway here would be our south lot that leads back, also conveniently scheduled to be redone in a CIP project within the next year or so. This is our playground facility, and this is more towards the south end of the park. Again, the actual location, you can see here these power lines. If there was an imaginary line right here, to the left of this is all Edison, and to the right is all city. So you can see there's plenty of natural sunlight. There's actually a lot of space for us to be able to start and expand in the future. That's why you'll see here that the footprint is a little bit higher, and 10,000 square feet is something that we would look to start with. The pros are that the existing water supply is also still there, that we have irrigation there, and easy access. The easy access is really meant to say people can park here and walk straight to the community garden. The access is a little bit harder in that it's a little bit removed here in the back. The cons, I'm gonna start, the limited natural sunlight, we do have some of the same issues we talked about before, where we do have some larger trees, although these aren't as mature of trees as Rio San Gabriel, so we would do the same thing here, where we would make sure we program this area to be something where we don't have the raised beds. The proximity of the riverbed tends to be an issue here. This area that we're looking at in all these categories and all the different locations would be fenced off with a chain link fence. It would have a gate that had, you know, padlocks or locks and codes. We would have some different ideas for security, although the proximity here to this riverbed and the different activities that might be currently going on there are a little difficult and might not be the best for what's going on. Weekend parking would be very difficult. Wilderness Park is one of our most popular parks for weekend rentals, picture taking on our bridge, please get a permit, and other activities that go on here at the park. And then just the lease restrictions in that we know that our expansion has to stay within a footprint that wouldn't encroach onto SCE's property. I've been in touch with SCE, we're talking to them. Once we get farther down the road of exactly kind of what we're looking at as far as how many beds, how high, what we would put, we'll have some discussion with them. Not that they have a say-so on our property, but they might be so inclined to let us go onto their property in the future if we wanted to. But just that being said, that's a little bit of a restriction for us in this location. So, questions about Wilderness Park?
Yes.
Thank you. Do Downey residents have to pay to park at Wilderness Park?
No, they do not.
No.
So we just went to automated parking this beginning of this fiscal year, and that continues the same parking fee structure. Is it's only non-residents and it's only on the weekends. Downey residents actually can get a permit from Parks and Recreation, and it's either a sticker that they place in their window or car, or they put it in their windshield, and on the weekends they will not be charged if they have the permit. If they for some reason don't have the permit, but we've been working with parking enforcement to make sure we give them a warning, and staff actually has some permits on site to help them fill out the applications and make sure that they're not charged at that location.
You know, and on that note, can we do, I think it's important to do, and I know this item is not on the agenda, but I know that there's been a lot of questions regarding whether Downey residents have to pay or not. So I think we perhaps need to do a campaign to let residents know their new automated machines. If you're a Downey resident, you don't have to pay, but you do need this parking sticker. And I think put it on our platforms.
Absolutely. Any other questions about Wilderness Park before I move to the next location?
No.
Treasure Island. Again, we are looking at the parking lot here on the bottom. This is the south side of the park. This is the main parking lot here. So you see the pros here are some existing water supplies still that we have. Natural sunlight is actually great here in this location, so you can kind of see we have a good open space. Again, some shade here, but we would still program that. From this picture, you could actually see this is only one piece, but it actually extends farther down as well on these farther sides and has some more open space. So you can see right here, this is the locations in the picture, but we do have some additional alternative locations that would be available. Cons are similar to Wilderness in the proximity of the riverbed and just the people that are in and out of there. We would still have security and that we would have the same fences and gates and all of that, but it is right next to the riverbed. The one major con was the lack of visibility. So you see the parking lot is all the way down here. Somebody would have to walk quite a bit of a distance to get all the way down here. They could park in this neighborhood. There are entries to each of these cul-de-sacs here into the park, but it still lacks some visibility to be able to see straight into what's going on there for any of our law enforcement that would be helping us out. And then the last would be the distance from parking. Again, like we mentioned, a rather large distance from both the main parking lot and then even the side parking lots. I mean, there are some that are close, but it would impact some people there. Again, we're not talking about a huge number of people that are be going to these at one time. I've had experience in the past of community gardens. It is something that is done sporadically throughout the day. Different people have different schedules and come on different days and times. So I do think that this would be an option that people would still be able to park here in these cul-de-sacs and not impact the residents as much. But yes, the distance from the parking would be a little bit of a con for us. So again, the site, it's 7,300 square feet. It does allow for some future expansion, but it still has the same issues that we would have. So
I think right here, what you mentioned with Treasure Island, is, while it has a natural sunlight, I think some of the concerns would be the proximity to the riverbed. That would be potentially, bring some public safety concerns. And then secondly, the distance to from the parking lot. I know that area very well, even though, to your point, those little cul-de-sacs, they're pretty busy. Multiple cars per residence, and I think that would be, parking definitely would be an issue, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And then just to touch on a couple others, so as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, our larger parks that already have a lot of programming going on, that's why those were not included. Some other parks that people might think of, Crawford Park, that is also an SCE leased park that we cannot build a community garden on. Their current guidelines, they grant, so we had some people come before the council and during public comment a few months ago and talk about some other cities that currently have community gardens in SCE leased spots. Good for them, Lakewood, we talked to them. They're grandfathered into those restrictions. However, SCE is not allowing any new construction of community gardens or dog parks, unfortunately, on SCE-owned land. We also have some property, which we came and talked about, the Department of Water and Power also has some property that's owned over by the golf course and over by Crawford Park. They also do not allow new construction of community gardens or dog parks. They are allowing passive parks. You've seen some of these maybe along the 605. Southgate just put in a new one too, where basically it's just a couple walking trails and a bench that you're allowed to put in to allow for some active space, but not anything that has the type of use that we're looking for currently. Temple Park is a little too small for us. Brookshire would not meet our needs as well. Golden Park, the trees are great there, so they provide a lot of shade, just not great for community gardens.
And we're not about to cut those down.
Exactly. And then our Rancho Los Amigos, unfortunately, those who've been there, those are all synthetic turf fields, and we currently don't have space there for that. And our parking is already very impacted there with our youth sports league, so that's why that wasn't considered. Our staff recommendation, yes, sir.
How about Dinwiddie Park?
I think that's Crawford. Yeah, it's on Dinwiddie Street, but it's Crawford Park. And then those Edison easements right there, they're actually two Edison and one Department of Water and Power that are empty. Those are the ones that we were in discussions with them to do different things there.
So let's talk about Southern California Edison. Do we know why they no longer want to allow cities to do that? To, for example, use their land for gardens?
I don't know their specifics. I just know that we worked our way up. Our first denial, we went to the secondary level of supervision to try to get some insight onto it. They've unfortunately hit some liability in other cities, is what we were told, with things that were built and done there. So that's why they're going to passive use only. Department of Water Power kind of gave us a better answer than SCE did at the time, and that was their biggest thing. Because there's also, we have quite a few parcels in our city of SCE property and Department of Water and Power that we would love to future talk about parks and green space to add to our tree canopy and green open space. So it was good to get that information in them in the future, but yeah, that's where we ended the last conversation with them.
I don't accept no's that easy, Jason. I don't understand why we can't push back. I mean, they come in, they tear up our roads. You know, these utility companies are all powerful. If you as a director are telling me that ideally Crawford Park would be the spot if they would let you, I would encourage the council to try. Let's go higher up and talk to them so we can remember what Southern California Edison said when they said no to our community, right? So
we'd be happy.
Is that the ideal park for you? Because I'll tell you, when I visited Crawford and Dinwiddie, I saw that. My concern was all the homeless people back there, right? But as a director, what's your recommendation? Well, as a director, let me ask you, Southern California Edison gave us permission. Where in the city would you want Southern California Edison to lend us their property?
It's like Christmas came early for me. North of the golf course, there's a parcel there that is probably triple the size of Crawford Park. That would be something that we could put not just a community garden, but a small parking lot as well as other green space. Again, I'm dreaming there's money down the road for that, for possible things. And so, but if you're asking me between Crawford Park and Rio San Gabriel, what my recommendation would be, I still think Rio San Gabriel is going to be my recommendation. The main reasons are future expansion. So Crawford Park, that back section of what we're looking at closest to the riverbed probably is about the same size as what we're looking at here, but it would not allow us the future of what we're talking about possibly back here and even in this section. So if we did go to Crawford, I think we'd be a little built out to start with. And our parking there's only that small parking lot that's on the side that fits about 4 parking spots. So we would be impacting the residents in that neighborhood a little bit more. Whereas here, we have a parking lot that is only used really on the nights and weekends and not necessarily during the daytime. And we have future expansion opportunities for a bigger community garden. So I think if you're asking me my professional opinion, I still think Rio San Gabriel is going to be our best bet for current and future expansion of what we want to get.
Thank you, Jason.
But I would love a dog park at Crawford possibly. We'll
Yeah,
talk about
and
that in a couple
I
weeks.
think that's coming next.
Yes.
But I think, also, one of the concerns we always have is we've been wanting to have this for our community for quite some time, and the back and forth. I agree with MPT. We shouldn't accept no for an answer, but at the same time, if we have something in front of us that we can move forward with, that has what we need with moderate light, that has the parking accessibility, and is not as impacted with daily use. Let's start with that first, and then look at other options, consider other expansions. But I think I'm excited to see the opportunity to have the community garden at a place where we have more advantages than disadvantages, and that's Rio San Gabriel.
And I believe the next steps, council, would be that once we receive direction tonight, myself and Public Works will get together and start looking at some more of the actual basics of the operations and equipment that will be needed. We currently have a budget of $30,000. It was approved in the budget for that. We think that all 3 of these locations are doable within that allotted amount. But we will come back to the council in a few months to talk more specifics about the operation and management and the actual look and design of what it'll look like.
Yeah, Jason, I just wanted to say thank you and your staff for that elaborate staff report. That's why you're in the position you're in. You provided us with all the information we need to make a decision, and thank you for that. So I'd like to make a motion to go with staff's recommendation of providing the community garden at Rio San Gabriel Park.
Second. Please vote. And definitely the next thing, the next thing is the dog park. Or dog parks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's in the agenda, but we need to start talking to Southern California Edison. I'm sure, Madam Mayor, with your connections, you might be able to make that happen. Yeah.
We'd be happy to set up some meetings and talk to them.
Yes,
We're reaching out
let's
to them.
do that,
We're
shall
happy
we?
to
Yeah,
continue
let's
to
go
work on
after
that.
Southern California Edison.
And we will be bringing back the dog park item in another meeting or two. So
Okay,
we're getting close to that one.
excellent.
Excellent. That's fantastic.
Okay, now moving on to our last admin report on the agenda is, lost my place for a minute. Is item number 14, and that is the approval of revisions of chapters 3 and 4 of the Downey purchasing policy. That the council approved the changes to chapters 3 and 4 of the Downey purchasing policy. And City Manager, I see we have Mr. Hanna, Director of Finance, here for our report.
Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely, and we did save the best for last. It's the last item, okay. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, we have for you tonight an update to chapters 3 and 4 of the city's purchasing policy. Chapter 3 governs the acquisition of non-professional services, supplies, and equipment. Chapter 4 governs the acquisition of professional and consultant services. In short, the proposed changes to non-CIP related purchases seeks to achieve a more appropriate balance between internal control and operational efficiency. Additionally, the proposed changes make the policy easier to understand and use by departments, as well as being easier for finance to provide consistent oversight over those purchases. The key changes to Chapter 3 are primarily focused on approval authority. However, minor changes and/or clarifications have been made regarding required solicitation and required documentation. That is, the process to be undertaken to secure a purchase and the documentation to be completed before a purchase can be executed. The changes to approval authority are as follows. Department head approval authority would be increased from $3,000 to $14,999. In the current policy, finance has approval authority between $3,000 and $15,000. The updated policy, finance has review and oversight responsibilities over all purchases. The city manager's approval authority is proposed to be changed from the prior policy range of $15,000 to $30,000 to the proposed range of $15,000 to $75,000. All purchases over $75,000 and any purchase of less than $75,000 deemed appropriate by the city manager will require city council approval. Purchases greater than $75,000 will be made through either formal bid or cooperative purchase. As with Chapter 3, the changes in Chapter 4 are primarily focused on approval authority. And again, minor changes and/or clarifications have been made regarding required solicitation and required documentation. The changes to approval authority are as follows. Department head approval has been added for purchases up to $14,999. City manager approval authority has been increased from the maximum of $10,000 to the range of $15,000 to $75,000. Once again, city council approval is required for all purchases over $75,000. Any purchase of less than $75,000 deemed appropriate by the city manager would still require council approval. Purchases greater than $75,000 would be made through either formal bid or cooperative purchase. This concludes my staff report, and I stand available for any questions council may have.
Council, do you have questions?
When were these initial spending caps applied or set in place?
I think the last time it was updated was in 2020, is that right?
2020, but they did not do a significant modification to the spending authority.
And before that, I think it's been in place for a number of years, but I'm not sure exactly for the date when it was adopted.
Any questions?
I don't have any other questions.
I'll make a motion. And again, I want to make sure the community, and for the record, we understand that the current timeline we have for approvals can really delay purchasing and moving forward with projects 4 to 6 weeks. To run a city this size, it is important for our city manager and our department heads to have the ability to make those decisions. And again, if we say we are a city that is about efficiency, I do believe that it's time to be able to move forward and grant this policy revision and this signing authority. So I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Appreciate the report. Thank you. At this time, after a lengthy meeting, I will, now is time for adjournment, and we will adjourn in memory of Assistant Fire Chief Joe Back of the Whitesburg, Kentucky Fire Department, who suffered a medical emergency while responding to a call. Lieutenant Milton Resendez of the San Benito, Texas Police Department, who was shot during a police pursuit and died of his injuries. Correctional Officer 1, Kelly Bernard Rolando of the Missouri Department of Corrections, who was killed in a vehicle crash while on duty. Los Angeles Police Officer Jarrell Cunningham Shamili, who was killed in a vehicle collision caused by a drunk driver while off duty. And the 5 U.S. Army Special Operations soldiers killed during a military helicopter training exercise in the Mediterranean Sea. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Stephen Dwyer, 38, of Clarksville, Tennessee, Chief Warrant Officer 2, Shane Barnes, 34, of Sacramento, California. Sergeant General Tanner Grown, 26, of Gorham, New Hampshire. Sergeant Andrew Southard, 27, of Apache Junction, Arizona. And Sergeant Cade Wolf, 24, of Mankato, Minnesota. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. The time is 9:56. This meeting is adjourned.